The meeting of the Board of Education is now called to order. Roll call. Geiger.
Present.
Meek. She's remote, so bear with us for a second. Okay, we're doing roll call. Meek.
Here.
Moore.
Here.
Myers. Here. Thompson.
Here.
Williams here. Weiniger.
Here.
Please stand for the pledge.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great. Moving into DCSD Spotlight. We have some big ones tonight.
All right. Good evening, everyone. We have some really impressive school leaders and schools to recognize tonight. So we are going to start with, and I want everyone to check out all the t-shirts. We are going to start with the 2024 Rookie of the Year for the state of Colorado, Mesa Principal Jared Nicholson. Come on up and join me along with Executive Director Aaron McDonald. Over the summer, Principal Nicholson was named the 2024 Rookie of the Year by the Colorado Association of Secondary School Principals. And I just want to read an excerpt from Principal Nicholson's nomination. Under Nicholson's leadership, Mesa Middle School has seen remarkable improvements in student growth and achievement. By using data-driven decision-making, Jared ensures that gaps are identified and resources are allocated to support at-risk students. His emphasis on innovative teaching methods, including technology integration and project-based learning, has created an engaging and diverse learning experience. Congratulations, Jared. We are so proud of you. We're so happy we hired you. You're doing amazing. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And I just want to have all of our friends in Jared Nicholson t-shirts stand up for just a second so we can all just fully appreciate. That is amazing. That is amazing. Yeah. Oh, we'll have them come up and join us too. But Jared, why don't you tell us a little bit about what this means to you, and just know that we are so proud of you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Aaron. You know, first and foremost, just truly just honored and humbled beyond words. It's given me, as I've gone through this process, the opportunity to just take some time and reflect. And, you know, as I've been reflecting through this, just first and foremost, just so incredibly thankful for my amazing family and my amazing wife and my two amazing kiddos and the love and support they always give. Just being that rock for me. And, you know, as I've came through and really continued to reflect on this, I feel like it's really a testament to the incredible mentors that I've had in my life and the mentors that I've had and been blessed to have in each and every stage of my life that have shaped who I am and the leader I am today. And so really want to just thank them and I'm so grateful for them. You know, as I've talked with our staff, I've talked with our students, I've talked with our parents in our community, just shared with them that, you know, this is not my award. This is truly our award. And this is an award from Mesa. And just, you know, it's a testament to the amazing teachers and administrators and staff that we have in front of kids every day. It's a testament to the support and trust that our parents and our community have given us. And it's a testament to the awesome kids we have and the awesome things they're doing every day in our school. And so just thankful to be a part of it and just really appreciate this recognition. So go Bears.
I have been very humbly blessed to be able to work with Jared. Now, this is his, he finished his second, so now this is going to be his third year at Mesa. And being in that rookie status, I will say, working alongside Jared, he is not a rookie. Like, he is an experienced educator who comes in with the most humble heart, an open mind, and just grace and patience that if you've ever been in a middle school, there's a whole lot going on in middle schools. And he has just taken Mesa and is just moving it in such a great direction. I mean, with even his great admin team and the supporting staff and teachers around him, it just, the humble leader you are, we are so grateful for you. And we know you're sick of the recognition because you do not like the spotlight, but we are so grateful for you and all you do for our kiddos. So thank you so much.
All right. All right. Oh, do we have a certificate? Did I lose it? I'm sorry. Okay, that's okay. Director Myers, why don't you come up here to take your picture? You would have had a certificate if we had gotten it to you. So come on up here. My apologies. All right. All right. Great. And actually, can we get one with Jared's administrative team? Come on up. Yeah. Come on up. Anyone who's here to support Jared, please come on up. Come on up. If you came up to support Jared, come on up.
No,
Everyone who came to support him. No?
I'm going to cover the t-shirt.
Yep. Yes, we can do that. You want us over here more? Okay, we're coming this way so that he doesn't have to take the podium. Okay. Yep. Perfect.
Okay, here we go.
They don't cry.
I can't see you in the background. There you are. Yep. All right. Make sure I can see all faces. Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay.
Great job. And Director Myers, Director Becky. Hold on, don't leave. Sorry. No, not.
Thank you.
All right, congratulations, Jared. All right. Next, we are going to recognize 2 DCSD elementary schools who were named 2024 iReady Super Stretch Schools. This is a big deal, so I'm going to have the following people please come join me up front. From North Star Academy, we have Principal Kendra Hosfeld along with Director of Choice Programming Gordon Mosier. And from Redstone Elementary School, I'd like to invite up Principal Amy Moyle, Assistant Principal Gail Hollins, and Executive Directors of Schools John Gutierrez. You got like a little receiving line going. All right. So North Star Academy and Redstone Elementary were recognized by iReady because they had more than 200 students that made a stretch of more than 50th percentile or more than 50% growth for the year. North Star and Redstone were the only 2 schools in Douglas County to receive this recognition, and only 11 schools in the whole state of Colorado received this recognition. And for Redstone, this is the 2nd year in a row as an iReady stretch growth school. So we are just incredibly proud of both of you, of the work that your administration and your staff does for kids every single day. And I'm just going to pass the microphone along and have you talk about what this impact has on your school and on your kids.
Thanks, Erin. We are just so incredibly proud of our students and teachers. They are the ones doing the hard work every day. They truly are and are invested. We've really taken it to heart at Redstone to focus on the growth of each and every child. So no matter where they come to us, we want to ensure that they make at least a year's growth, and as evidenced by our iReady, hopefully more than that through our interventions, through our extensions, and just really providing them that targeted instruction. I also have to give a shout out to Gail because she is really instrumental in really helping to facilitate our PLC process, where teachers are really digging into their data to figure out exactly what kids need and exactly where they want to go. But most of all, again, we're just so proud of our teachers and incredibly proud of our kids. We have the most amazing students ever, so very proud.
And I would just say it's really a team effort. It's really about our teachers on the dance floor working hard for kids every day. And as Amy said, digging into that data, where are our kids at? How can we reach every child every day, whether that's, meeting them where they're at right there, whether they need that extension or whether they need that intervention, or just, loving them and getting to the hearts of who they are as kids. And as Amy said, it really is a team effort. It's coming together and collaborating and having those true and hard and honest conversations. So kudos to our families and to our students and to our staff.
What I'd love to have, it's clearly indicative of your strong instructional leadership, you as a team, and what you bring to the table. You do have fantastic teachers. Your kids are wonderful, and the partnerships that you have with your family is certainly outstanding. So thank you for that. You're absolutely making a difference in Douglas County, so thank you very much for all the great work, and congratulations.
Thank you, Erin. Thank you, Douglas County Board of Directors. I was always told that if you work really hard and you get an award, you didn't have to say anything. That is not true. That is a lie. In all seriousness, the one word that comes to mind really is teamwork. I am so grateful. I work with, it's a team. They're my best friends. They're my family. My parents, we're very close. We have a great community. I know that when my teachers came to me, I think it was in November, maybe December, and they were like, Kendra, I'm really worried. This particular class of third grade students were heavily impacted by COVID, and we have a lot of students on read plans. I think at the time we had 19 students on read plans out of 80 students, and that's a lot. That means that they are not at a level of proficiency to be able to read. And so we all got together and we came up with a plan. And the plan involved parents. Our parents did homework, extra homework with their children. And I heard about it throughout the whole year. My parents really love this new program. They want me to tell you all about it. So it was really a team effort. My teachers rolled up their sleeves. I have an incredible support staff. I have people in the audience here to support North Star. But really the children did the work. And so like you, we're very blessed to be in this kind of a community in Douglas County. And so I thank you all for providing this, and thank you for the award. It's exciting.
I would just say that I think North Star's community would know this as well, is that Kendra will always ask, what does the data say about that? If we're going to make a decision, we're going to look at data. And so I would also like, one of my favorite quotes is, your school is 100% perfectly designed for the results you're getting, and your results are speaking. So well done.
All right, congratulations to you both. President Williams has your certificate along with Director Geiger. All right. So proud of the amazing schools and leaders that we have here in Douglas County. So that concludes tonight's recognitions. Thank you.
Thank you, and congrats again. All right. Moving on to item number 6, acceptance of agenda. Director Meek.
Yeah, I would like to move to accept the agenda with an amendment to include an executive session for the purpose of receiving legal advice pursuant to Colorado Revised Statutes, Section 24-6-402, subsection 4, paragraph B, regarding legal protections available to district personnel.
Director Thompson?
I would like to make a friendly amendment to Director Meek's amendment and add an agenda item to provide opportunity for the board to discuss recent events where we've had students and staff faced with what some might describe as doxing, harassment, and bullying. Quick discussion item.
So, Director Meek, do you accept that friendly amendment, or would you like to do them separately?
You know, I kind of feel like it fits within legal protections available to personnel, but I'm open to revising it to be more specific. So yes, I'm open to the friendly amendment.
So is yours a separate conversation from executive session? Yes, okay.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
So do you want to do you want to do it separately, Director Meek, or would you like to do them combined?
Let's keep them separate, please.
Okay, so we will go with, actually, do I have a second for Director Meek's?
I second.
Okay, so motion by Meek and seconded by Geiger to add an executive session to the end of the meeting today. So roll call, Geiger,
Aye.
Meek,
Hi.
Moore,
Aye.
Myers,
Aye.
Thompson,
Aye.
Williams, aye, Weiniger.
Aye.
Great, okay, and then we will move to Director Thompson's. Do we have a second for Director Thompson?
I second.
Okay, motion by Thompson, seconded by Geiger to have an open discussion this evening. Geiger,
Aye.
Meek,
Hi.
Moore,
Aye.
Myers,
Aye.
Thompson,
Aye.
Williams, I'm a no, Weiniger,
I'd rather have the executive session before an open discussion, so I'm a no.
motion passes 5-2. All right, so then we will do one full, one again to approve the agenda as amended. Do I have a motion?
Move to accept the agenda as amended.
Second.
Motion by Geiger, second by Thompson. Geiger,
Aye.
Meek,
Hi.
Moore,
Aye.
Myers,
Aye.
Thompson,
Aye.
Williams, I'm a no, Weiniger,
No.
passes 5-2. On to item number 6, superintendent updates.
Okay, thank you. The Foundation of Douglas County Schools is excited to report that this year's annual Lend a Hand School Supply Drive was a great success because of the support of corporate and private sponsors, community donors, and 109 volunteers who contributed over 327 volunteer hours. This year, nearly 1,700 backpacks were filled with school supplies and distributed across the county. At the end of our backpack distribution, 120 DCSD teachers joined us for a grab-and-go event where they were able to pick up donated school and classroom supplies to assist in their preparation for the new school year. The foundation is also proud to share that the 6th annual Building the Dream Gala will be held on September 5th from 5:30 to 8:30 at the Legacy campus. This event will celebrate the 2024 Apple Award winners and showcase the amazing talent of our Douglas County School District students. This special evening will bring out the Douglas County community to honor our amazing students, cherished teachers, exceptional schools, and extraordinary programs. Last year, the event raised over $100,000 through scholarships, donations, ticket sales, and auction donations. Tickets to the gala are available on the foundation's website, and everyone is encouraged and welcome to attend. Thanks to the hard work and dedication of staff, 2 of our Douglas County School District elementary schools have been named some of the healthiest schools in America. Congratulations to Cougar Run and Coyote Creek Elementary Schools. The Alliance for a Healthier Generation made the recent announcement. Cougar Run and Coyote Creek were recognized in the award category Cultivating Staff Well-Being, presented by Kaiser Permanente. So congratulations to Cougar Run and Coyote Creek. Some of our incredible educators have also recently become published authors. So congratulations to Rachel Bithell, elementary science teacher at Cloverleaf Enrichment School. She earned a coveted Colorado Book Award over the summer with her first published novel, Brave Bird at Wounded Knee, Story of Protest on the Pine Ridge Indian Reservation. Rock Canyon High School librarian Jason Parker published his first book entitled A Hostile World. Summit View Elementary's assistant principal, Mario Nefaris Franks, wrote a children's book titled Popsicles in Space, which was published this summer. I have many questions. That sounds amazing. Popsicles in Space. Congratulations to schools that won the Douglas County Library's Summer Reading Contest. Larkspur Elementary School, Mountain Ridge Middle School, Thunder Ridge High School, and Renaissance Secondary School were each awarded $500 courtesy of the Douglas County Libraries Foundation for having the most number of students sign up as a percentage for their annual summer reading contest. And then finally, on September 20th, we will be hosting an elementary educator resource fair at the Legacy campus. Our elementary teachers will have access to amazing resources, breakout sessions, and more. So we are really excited to have that event. Thank you. That concludes tonight's updates.
Great. All right. Moving in to public comment. Tonight, 2.5 minutes will be allotted for each speaker. Please remain respectful and address the board rather than guests or staff in the room. Please also keep comments appropriate for a K-12 audience. We will start with our students. All right, I don't think I see him, but Abraha Ratnakar. Okay, if he comes in later, we'll get to him. All right, moving to remote, we will start with Allison Comer, Kelly Dixon, and then Julie Watkins.
Allison Comer is not online.
Okay, Kelly Dixon. Kelly, can you hear us? Awesome. No. All right, we will come back to Kelly. We'll do Julie Watkins, then Tiffany Baker, and Holly M. Julie Watkins.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
We can, go ahead.
Good evening, board directors and Superintendent Kane. At our June school board meeting, public comment was flooded with disrespectful, homophobic, and downright hateful rhetoric. And it haunts me to think how many LGBTQ plus students or staff members in this district must feel every day knowing that part of this community considers them less than human and unwelcome. The rhetoric, though not uncommon from some of the regular speakers at these meetings, was particularly disturbing because they were doing it at the request of hate groups like CPAN and Gays Against Groomers. That day, DCST parent and Colorado State House Representative Brandy Bradley tweeted a threatening message. Quote, I have it on good authority that 2 conservative school board members are going to vote in favor of this because they are scared of the lawsuits. They better be scared of the parents that will burn them at the stakes, end quote. Despite the threat of being burned at the stake, 2 conservative directors did not vote in favor of the policy updates. In fact, all 4 of the conservative directors opted to completely remove the agenda item for the 9 policies. And we have heard nothing since. That was June 18th. And in the meantime, July 1st and August 1st, the state and federal deadlines for updating these policies to include new legislation have come and gone. Why? Why has this Board of Education not resumed its policy discussions publicly? When will the policies be updated? What happens to DCST students who find themselves in a position where there is no policy in place to guide the teachers, staff, and administrators? Is this safe for them? Is it safe for any DCST employee to navigate these themselves without an updated policy in place? Is it legal for the district to ignore these federal and state laws by eliminating public policy discussions to include them? Many participating in public comment are doing so at the behest of far-right national agenda guided by conservative think tanks and organizations. Much of what we are hearing is straight out of Project 2025, and it only serves a certain type of individual, straight, white, and Christian. The DCSC community, and for that matter, our entire country, is comprised of a wide variety of people with different backgrounds, skin colors, religions, and sexual identities. This movement is deliberately targeting those who are not straight, white, and Christian, and it already has a hold in our school district.
15 seconds remaining.
As school board directors, it is your responsibility to take action to protect all, and particularly those in protected classes who are under attack. Thank you.
Thank you. Tiffany Baker, Holly M., and then Luabov Borisanok. Tiffany, are you there?
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm sharing public comment on the impact of Christian nationalism on LGBTQ students and staff in our school community. Some far-right elected officials in our area have targeted LGBTQ individuals and allies, including a teacher this August who displays pride flags in their classroom. These elected officials often make decisions based on their biblical beliefs. PBS NewsHour defines Christian nationalism as the belief that America should remain a Christian nation with laws reflecting Christian values. Recently, a former sheriff candidate hosted a barn revival led by the lead pastor from Grace Chapel Church in Castle Rock, where sermons emphasized American family and constitutional values intertwined with faith. Littleton's current representative in the state house, Brandy Bradley, and other elected officials have attended these barn revivals, and Littleton's representative gained national attention this week in the media for challenging a history lesson about Leonardo da Vinci, as well as challenging pride flags being in a classroom without displaying symbols of Christianity. Confrontations like these raise concerns about the influence of local church teachings on their political positions here in Douglas County. I reviewed this pastor's sermons from Grace Chapel churches relating to our LGBTQIA Neighbors series. Though starting compassionately, the sermons quickly turned critical, condemning neutrality on LGBTQIA issues and using fear-based rhetoric about transgender youth. This aligns with Christian nationalism's aim to impose moral standards through both love and politics. The representative who confronted this teacher this month, calling her a groomer and questioning the absence of Christian symbols in the classroom, has gained over 1,000 new followers on X through her actions. This representative also leads a newly formed chapter of Moms for Liberty in Douglas County. I urge the board and community to recognize the harm Christian nationalism can cause and its potential threat to the services and support for our LGBTQ community members, as well as others who may benefit from shared services and inclusive social studies curriculum determined by the State Board of Education. Remember, the pride flag is a symbol of inclusion, whereas Christian nationalists intend to impose their biblical beliefs on others whom they consider sinners. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Holly M., then Lyubov Borisanok, and then we'll check back in with Kelly Dixon. Holly M., are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay, I noticed this meeting's agenda is comprised of the strategic placement of schools that need heating, air conditioning, and I'm sorry, I'm having problems. Can you start the timer over, please?
That's fine. Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Just bear with me 1 second. So this meeting's agenda is comprised of the strategic placement of schools that need heating, air conditioning improvements and replacements, followed by Agenda 18, which details those improvements are expected to surpass the initial budget spend amount of $500,000 by $6,300,000, and that's an estimate. I also noticed that under personnel changes, 7 people resigned or were terminated, followed by a new rehire count of 318 teachers and counselors. How many were new hires and how many were rehires? And why were they rehired? Aging out of the school districts and school closures being the #1 contributor, as well as downward population and housing trends to declining enrollment, I wonder why we would need more teachers in this district and why is their position and pay guaranteed? Also, I would bet that a larger part, an unspoken part of declining enrollment is the school district's adoption of an underlying diversity and equity and inclusion curriculum, which is not received well or supported by parents. It stands to follow that the condescension, mockery, and subversive tactics experienced by some parents at the hands of this education system in this state, in this district, have forced parents to look to alternative education plans. On to item 20. I noticed that one of the priorities was to explore contingency plan options if potential 24 bond does not pass. Why couldn't this have been reviewed last time the bond didn't pass? If it was reviewed last time, why do we need a bond again? What is the contingency plan? I cannot account for the bond money that passed last time, nor the bond that passed in 6 short years ago. If the school district was not a good caretaker of your funds first time, second time in the last however many years, what makes you think throwing more money at the problem will fix it? For all the items I mentioned above, I know this is followed by an itemized plan resolution for the bond monies, but I would encourage the board members and Douglas County citizens as a whole to really look at how the monies have been spent up to now and what are we really buying, not what's on that list, but the implications and can we really afford it? And for those who are deceived into thinking it will not be a tax increase, I ask, well, who's paying $490 million?
Remaining.
If it's not coming out of your pocket, why do they need to ask your permission on the ballot? Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Luabov Borisanok, and then Kelly Dixon. Okay. Kelly Dixon. All right, we will move to in-person. We will start with Eric Brody, Jen Spikerman, and Meg Furlow. Eric Brody.
Good evening. My name is Eric Brody. Last week, a Douglas County parent attended a back-to-school night at one of our high schools and confronted one of the teachers, which is fine. That parent also later, the following day, I guess, posted a secretly tape-recorded conversation that she had with that teacher to social media, and it went viral. That Douglas County parent also, in connection with the comments that she made about the interaction that she had with that teacher, used the hashtag groomer. This is all in connection with that Douglas County parent's concerns about acceptance of children and families who are transgender. The Douglas County parent stated in social media that gender fluidity is a lie, that those who say otherwise are lying to children. And curiously, in support of that contention, she pointed to the CASH review in the United Kingdom and the World Pediatric Association for Transgender Health report. And what's most curious about that is those two authorities exactly contradict what this Douglas County parent said. So I speak to this board, I speak to our community with the hope that we'll adopt, I don't know, more fact-based approaches to these issues than sometimes arise in our community, and that we support our teachers against the kind of attacks that are sometimes levied against them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jen Spikerman, Meg Furlow, and Randy Curtis.
Good evening. My name is Jen Spikerman, and I have 2 kids that go to Thunder Ridge High School. I'm here today to express my unwavering support for our teachers who are dedicated to fostering thoughtful, open-minded discussions in their classrooms. So as we've been hearing tonight, there has been some controversy surrounding a conversation that took place in one of our classrooms, where a teacher was unjustly accused of promoting an agenda, when in fact, they were simply encouraging students to engage with history and art in a meaningful way. We were excited to choose Thunder Ridge because it is an IB school. The IB program is designed to encourage students to think critically, engage with diverse perspectives, and solve complex problems. To truly address the most challenging issues, our students must learn to consider differing viewpoints, integrating them with what they already know. Teaching is not just about conveying facts. It's about helping students think critically about the world around them. When a student asked about Leonardo da Vinci's identity, the teacher did what any good educator should do. They used the question as an opportunity to explore historical context, challenge students to think for themselves, and engage in a discussion about how we understand figures from the past. This is not about promoting a particular viewpoint, but rather about teaching our children how to question, analyze, and understand complex topics. The accusation that this teacher was indoctrinating students by discussing the possibility of Leonardo da Vinci being gender fluid is not only a misrepresentation, but also a dangerous attack on academic freedom. It is crucial to understand that the conversation originated from a student's curiosity, not from a teacher imposing a particular narrative. Our educators should be commended for creating a classroom environment where students feel safe to ask questions and explore different perspectives. As Sir Ken Robinson famously stated in his 2006 TED Talk, education goes deep with people. It is the thing that is meant to take us into the future,
15
a
seconds
future that we
remaining.
can't grasp. I urge the school board to stand behind our educators who encouraged critical thinking and open dialogue in their classrooms. Thank you.
Thank you. Meg Furlow, Randy Curtis, and then Jen Iverson. Meg Furlow.
Good evening, directors. I'm here to address the recent decision to table the anti-discrimination and harassment policy in June. This was influenced by partisan politics that misrepresented the policy's intentions. The proposed edits were intended solely to align our existing Douglas County School District policies with state requirements. It had nothing to do with trans students' use of bathrooms or participation in sports. The debate surrounding this issue has underscored the urgent need for these policies and highlighted the work needed to address bullying and harassment effectively in our district. The Healthy Kids Survey reveals that students in Douglas County schools, particularly those in minority groups, experience higher rates of bullying compared to state average. Recently, we've seen concerning incidents such as misinformation spread about a student athlete, and just last week, an attack on a teacher by a parent who is also a chair of the newly formed Douglas County's Moms for Liberty hate group. This parent, also a state legislator, used her platform to put this teacher on blast and promote her agenda of parental rights and bullying a teacher by labeling her as a groomer. Such actions encroach on our children's rights to a comprehensive education which promotes critical thinking. The attack on this teacher is not a matter of parental rights, but a failure of the parent to engage with the curriculum, which was made available to her ahead of time, responsibly. The LGBTQ community of Douglas County has faced relentless attacks the past year, which fosters an environment where their very presence is not welcome in our public spaces, whether it is our classrooms or the fairgrounds. It is imperative that the superintendent and the board address these situations with the seriousness it demands. Our students and teachers deserve our support and respect, and it's crucial that they are protected from baseless attacks. Lastly, I just want to thank Director Geiger. I commend you for publicly addressing and calling out these issues on your director page. Sometimes being an ally means you have to stand in the face of opposition, and your courage is greatly appreciated. And I support the bond.
Randy Curtis, Jen Iverson, Ben Eisler. Randy Curtis.
Hello, my name is Randy Curtis. I am a community member and a special education consultant. Tonight I'm speaking regarding the changes being considered for policy JIH, student interviews, searches, and arrests. Parents have less trust in public education than ever before. This is especially, I hate doing public comment, sorry, this is especially true for parents who have a child with a known or suspected disability. Deep breath. When parents reach out to me, their children is struggling with something at school. It might be that the parent is struggling with an admin, a district person. It's all over. But typically it's because they've been left out of the conversation. And I want you guys to imagine you're a student or a person with ASD, or you're a person with ADHD or any kind of disability. You're struggling to understand somebody's perspective. You're struggling to infer the conversation that has taken place. And now you're in front of a police officer. Swear to God, I'm not going to die up here. I am going to take a breath in. You're struggling to understand this conversation. You're struggling to understand the severity of the situation. And now you're having this conversation without your parent. You're sitting there by yourself in front of a principal who's now the enemy. Maybe you're sitting in front of an SRO who is now somebody who is there just to tell you a lie and to get you to answer something. That can happen. An SRO can lie to a student. It's sad. So many of these students will say something to these individuals. They don't mean it the way that it comes out. It really is not intended that way. They're not intending to come across as being less observant to what the situation is, not understanding the significance of the situation, but that is their life. A few years ago, and this breaks my heart when I tell you this story, but I'm going to tell you. A few years ago, I advocated for a student.
15 seconds remaining.
And he did not understand the situation. He didn't understand that the past of where he was being bullied by students, he had communicated that to school officials. The school officials actually ignored that. He then made a video. That was used against him. That video would then result in him being suspended, and then we would have to do a manifestation meeting. That child would then, his parents would actually file an OCR.
Thank you, Randy, sorry.
I'm going to finish real quick. We need parents to be involved in this process, okay? We do. We need parents to trust this process, and we need them to be back into the process. So thank you.
Thank you. Jen Iverson, Ben Eisler, and Judy Bramberg.
Good evening. I appreciate the ongoing efforts to update our policies, specifically JIH, concerning students, student interviews, searches, and arrests. However, I have some concerns and suggestions that I believe could improve the effectiveness of this policy. While JIH includes considerations for students on IEPs, 504s, and behavior intervention plans, many parents are not aware of how to include these protections in their child's IEP. I propose that the district consider hosting workshops to educate parents about their rights and the protections available for their children. Public discussion about the legalities and potential conflicts of interest that can arise in school settings are necessary for those unfamiliar, in loco parentis translates to in place of parent, a common law doctrine where teachers and administrators take on some responsibilities for students as if they were the child's parents. This legal concept can create conflicts of interest, particularly when an administrator responsible for overseeing staff is involved in questioning several students. Balancing these roles can be ethically challenging, as it may be difficult for one individual to act in the best interest of many students, while also being responsible for staff they supervise. The involvement of law enforcement officers introduce further complexities, I recommend that all parents educate their children to request the presence of a parent or guardian if they are questioned by school officials or law enforcement, especially for students who are young, cognitively impacted, and/or developmentally different from their peers. On a different subject that you've heard a few times tonight, DCSD parent and state representative Brandy Bradley, my representative, has a history of bullying in this district. I've experienced this as well online. On June 18th, she threatened violence on X, saying, I quote, I have it on good authority that the 2 conservative school board members are going to vote in favor of this because they're scared of lawsuits.
15 seconds remaining.
They better be scared of the parents that will burn them to the stakes. Such vile rhetoric from an elected official is unacceptable. Then last week, all the stuff happened with the back to school night. I just hope everyone is supporting this teacher and speaking out against this disgusting behavior. Thank you.
Thank you. Ben Eisler, Judy Brandberg, and Liz Wagner.
Hi, I want to start off by just thanking you all for your service. I think that you're all here because you want thriving schools and thriving children in our schools. And the reason I'm here is because I want my neighborhood school, Soaring Hawk, to thrive as well, whether my children are going to school there or not. We moved to the Meadows 8 years ago, and we are excited to live right next to one of the highest rated neighborhood schools in the county. When families are happy with their kids' school, they love to tell people about how great it is, and they feel a sense of pride, especially if it's a neighborhood school. And we felt that same sense of pride when we first moved to the neighborhood. Unfortunately, over the last 5 years or so, we've watched firsthand as the culture of this school has crumbled and the quality of education has seen a drastic decline. I haven't had one positive conversation about the school in over 5 years. We want our schools to succeed, and we give personally of our time, our resources, and we want to contribute to that success. So we're really heartbroken to see so many families, many of them on our street, make the tough decision to move to other schools throughout Douglas County in hopes of giving their children a better learning environment. I had a conversation with Aaron McDonald from administration in May. Once the word got out that my wife Samantha and I were trying to affect change at the administrative level, Sam has spoken with 30 different families that have all shared their own stories recounting the poor leadership at Soaring Hawk and their frustration that nothing is being done in spite of their cries for help. 10 families have written emails to administration that we've been copied on, many of which haven't received the courtesy of a response, and other families have said they're going to reach out. Unfortunately, what we're finding is a lot of families intend to speak up, but after they've moved on to a different school, they're exhausted and they just want to move on with their lives. My family made the gut-wrenching decision to pull our girls out of Soaring Hawk this fall, but we still feel called to speak up on behalf of the other families that are still there in hopes that we can see some improvement in the school and in our neighborhood as well. Sam has spoken with 23 different current and former teachers and staff members, and they're painting a picture of harassment, inappropriate comments by leadership, veiled threats, a fear of retaliation if they speak up, and perhaps most importantly, a failure to report. We know of multiple incidents that have involved physical fights and bullying that were never reported, and we know of 9 different HR reports filed against leadership at this school. There's also a major decline in attendance at the school, and so I just want to pose the question to the board, what more does it take for a school like this? How many more incidents and things like that nature do we have to see in order to see a change? Thanks, you guys, for your time.
Thank you. Judy Brandberg, Liz Wagner, and Megan Birch.
Good evening. My name is Judy Brandberg, and I am the co-founder of the STEM School. Since 2014, we have submitted 12 charter applications to Douglas County, all denied because we practiced our evangelical Christian religion. During the interview process in 2018, we were asked if we were willing to locate our school in Sterling Ranch, which we enthusiastically responded yes. After announcing that we would be willing to locate our school in Sterling Ranch, we received an email from the superintendent and the board demanding an unwarranted correction. Days later, we received a cease and desist letter from Sterling Ranch owners prohibiting us from locating our school in Sterling Ranch because we practiced our evangelical Christian religion. After the Douglas County Board voted to deny our application, we did a CORA request, and to our utter shock, we discovered that secretly and non-transparently, the superintendent, President Ray, and the entire board criminally conspired and solicited from Sterling Ranch owners and consultant Pat McGraw a manufactured letter, what Douglas County called a nastygram, to stop us from locating our school in Sterling Ranch, to secretly and fraudulently make it appear as community opposition to our school. This is a violation of antitrust laws. This is a criminal monopoly. Tonight, I have made copies of these emails for the public, for the press, and for parents. In 2023, we submitted 8 new charter applications for Sterling Ranch, Crystal Valley, and Ridgegate, all high-growth areas desperately needing public schools. Once again, the board voted to stop our fully funded, excellent schools because we practiced our evangelical Christian religion. Currently, we have a case before the U.S. Supreme Court exposing that Douglas County used crimes of forgery, bribery, conspiracy, breach of contract, and third-party employment discrimination to stop our 12 schools because we practiced our evangelical Christian religion. Tonight, we ask the board not to approve the resolution for a bond. Douglas County had a chance to approve a fully funded, innovative, creative, and excellent charter schools in 2018, 2019, and 2023 in Sterling Ranch, Ridgegate, and Crystal Valley without raising taxes, and secretly and non-transparently executed crimes and third-party employment discrimination to stop us.
Thank you. Liz Wagner,
If anyone
Megan
would like
Birch,
one of these, I have one.
Larry Mugler.
All right, my name is Liz Wagner. Good evening, directors. And I'm here today as a community member and a parent of 2 former students in DCSD. Please don't approve charter schools for evangelical Christian students because there's a separation of church and state there, but what have you. I go to church on Sunday. Okay, I want to address policy JIH, student interviews, searches, and arrests. I firmly believe this policy not only oversteps the boundaries of the school's authority, but also undermines the trust between parents, students, and the educational system. The doctrine of in loco parentis is intended to allow schools to act in the best interest of the child, stepping in when a parent is not present. However, this doctrine was never meant to replace the parental role or to be used as a justification for excluding parents from crucial aspects of a child's life. When a school acts as a substitute parent, its primary responsibility should be to the welfare of the student, not the interests of the state or law enforcement. So by questioning students without parental consent, the school is not only assuming the role of the parent, but also placing itself in a position where it serves conflicting interests. I won't get into what those are. Some others have already shared that, but it's a definite conflict of interest. So as an example, if my student were here and a principal wanted to question the student, I had it written into his behavior intervention plan. I had it written into his IEP and made sure that everyone was fully aware that he was not to be questioned, not by administration, and not by law enforcement. And for the reason someone stated, law enforcement can lie. My child, now an adult, has a communication disability. He's on the autism spectrum. There's a reason people retain an attorney when they are questioned by law enforcement. But you're throwing our kids under the bus, the proverbial bus. So, unless you're planning to start teaching the Constitution in full in preschool, or unless you're willing to give every parent a pocket Constitution copy the day that they enroll their child, there has to be some middle ground. There has to be some compromise. There's nothing wrong with asking for consent. Some parents might not care. I care.
15 seconds remaining.
And for those parents out there who need some advice, mine is to make sure that your school is fully aware. But at the end of the day, you're the parent and you need to teach your child that they are not to answer questions without you present and to put their top and bottom lip together and say nothing more. Also, if anyone has a yard sign on no on the bond, I could use one.
Thank you. Megan Birch, Larry Mugler, and then Amy Winju.
Good evening. My name is Megan Birch. I'm a DCSD parent. I'd first like to express my support of a bond on the November ballot. We're a large district. We have a large infrastructure that we need to maintain. We all know that the need is great for this bond, and our students deserve our full support. I'd like to take a few moments to discuss impact, particularly in regards to this anti-LGBTQIA and anti-trans rhetoric that we've been hearing in the community and at board meetings. Most importantly, I'd like to amplify the impact on our students. This rhetoric has reduced trans and non-binary students down to their body parts, body shapes and sizes, has accused them of being inherently dangerous, and has completely stripped away their dignity as human beings. These are children, and what must they think of a community of adults coming into a public meeting to attack their existence? When we can't see the humanity of trans and non-binary students, it can make it difficult to see the urgency to protect them. It can make it easier to shelve any discussion of anti-discrimination and harassment policies. I'd like us to consider the impact of a teacher being called a groomer on social media, how that might negatively impact their relationships with students, families, colleagues, how that might negatively impact a safe working environment. I'd like us to consider the impact on parents and families of trans, non-binary, and other LGBTQIA students, as their students are regularly made the villains of the district. Again, accusations have been made that these students are inherently a danger to others. I can't speak for all parents, but from my own perspective, this certainly is not congruent with the honoring of every child, every family. And to me, as a parent, it feels incredibly hostile. It is significant that in the last few months, we've had both a student and teacher targeted as a result of this rhetoric, all discussed in this room. In his recent writings, author Dante Stewart often laments about the state of our nation and our world, the hatred, the bigotry, and the violence. And he often writes, "We are losing our humanity, and I'm afraid for us." And that statement resonates deeply with me. I hope that you are able to see the urgency for a robust and public discussion of the district's anti-discrimination and harassment policies, and I appreciate that you're going to be discussing a bit about the harassment and discrimination tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Larry Mugler, Amy Winju, and then Mayor Marissa Harmon.
Good evening, Board of Directors and Superintendent. Michael Kemp and I are the chair and vice chair of the district's long-range planning committee. And Michael is on the list as well, but he's going to present our comments at this point.
Great.
Awesome. All right. Thank you for taking our time. We're speaking in regards to agenda items 25, 26, and 27, and the need for a bond in this school district. As a member of the Long Range Planning Committee, we look at a lot of capital needs across the district. We look at enrollment trends. We look at plat maps. It's a lot of numbers. Underneath that is the student element. And what everyone on the committee is driving towards is an effective usage of capital dollars to support the students of the district. For the second year in a row, the Master Capital Plan needs have exceeded $1 billion for the next 10 years for the district. This is a fairly significant number, and it grows, it increases every year, right? Buildings get old, as do, and we're experiencing significant growth in areas of the school district. We manage as best we can with changing boundaries, but this has impacts on the students. It increases drive time, it increases transportation needs, all things that Superintendent Kane has continued to brief you on, and that we continue to address and work on it in the Long Range Planning Committee. And as every year ticks on without a bond, our resolutions to those issues grow hairier and hairier, and so we do see the need for the bond We also know that our school district buildings are community buildings. They're where people walk their dogs. They're where people have their Rotary meetings. They're where people congregate, and they're where people pass by on their commutes. And so keeping these buildings in good repair is not only good for the students of the district, it's good for the community. And so we also know from experience that the 2018 bond was spent successfully. We saw the capital needs of the district cut in half the previous year. We also saw the capital
15
need
seconds
growth
remaining.
arrested for roughly 4 years. And so with those pieces of information and the need to keep our school district in good repair, the Long Range Planning Committee supports the need for a bond.
Thank you. Amy Winju, Mayor Marissa Harmon, and then Dave Usacek.
Good evening and happy new school year. This evening, I will be speaking on 5B. According to the Department of Education, DCSD had 62,872 students as of July of this year. This is down from 63,596 students a year ago. DCSD spends approximately $13,778 per pupil. As of July, DCSD spends just over $642 million for student learning and just shy of $224 million on operations. This brings a total of $866.2 million DCSD spends annually. DCSD's revenue this year is just shy of $1.13 billion. I can sincerely appreciate the necessity of urgent school repairs. I'm glad to see that decisions have been made this evening to address those repairs, and that money's been found to do so. I'm not sold on the idea that this is absolutely necessary to put 5B on the ballot. For starters, some of us in Colorado are having to adjust our budgets. Our property taxes soared this year, our internet bill's gone up, our phone bill's gone up, our electricity's gone up, et cetera, et cetera. And I see also that our salaries aren't on par with these increases. I saw that 5B's proposed ballot language states that this bond is without imposing any new taxes. This is disingenuous. Of course it's a tax, because if 5B wasn't on the ballot, this bond would go down, not stay flat. And this would be a savings, tax savings for me and my family. Other reasons I'm against 5B is that each of us has to manage our family budget within our means. DCSD should too. Another reason is that last fall when you all ran 5A, y'all teamed up with the teachers union. I would really not like to see that again for 5B. So thank you once again and have a great evening.
Thank you. Mayor Marissa Harmon, Dave Usacek, and then Kelly Mayer.
Good evening, members of the Douglas County School District Board of Education, Superintendent Kane, teachers, staff, parents, and other members of the public invested in our schools. My name is Marissa Harmon. I am the proud mother of two bright and curious young ladies attending two different Douglas County schools. I'm also honored to serve as the mayor of the city of Lone Tree. This evening, I am joined by our Mayor Pro Tem, Jay Carpenter, showing our commitment to Douglas County School District. Last year, the Lone Tree City Council unanimously supported a formal resolution in support of 5A and 5B. We were so excited when 5A passed, allowing you to increase staff for our increased pay for our staff members. However, now we must shift our focus to this bond ballot initiative, which is crucial for our future. Within the new and growing community of the Lyric neighborhood in Lone Tree, there is a pressing need for a community school. Neighborhood schools are essential for making developments thrive, building strong communities, and providing a place where students of all abilities can feel welcome and accepted. I know this school will serve as a vital part of our growing neighborhood in Lone Tree. Additionally, the opportunity to invest in expanding the Legacy Campus in Lone Tree will offer more career and technical education programs that will be essential in creating more pathways for our high school students in Douglas County. I know that in order to fully reach our district's potential, we must bond together to ensure the success of our district and county's greatest asset, our children. As shared earlier, there's nothing better, especially as mayor, than data-driven decision-making, and we must acknowledge that this bond will not increase taxes and is securing a low bond rate to secure the future for our county. While Lone Tree City Council has not formally taken a position, I anticipate, again, unanimous support for this bond initiative. I encourage our board of directors to have a unanimous vote of yes, showing that we will bond together to create a positive pathway for DCSD. Thank you for your time and willingness to serve on this board. It is greatly appreciated. Have a great evening.
Thank you. Dave Usacek, Kelly Mayer, and Mike Kemp.
Good evening. My name's Dave Uschak. Tonight, you are going to decide on asking taxpayers for a $400 million bond. Data shows this amount will not increase property tax and is needed in the maintenance and possible new schools in high-growth areas. I do have a concern with the allocating of $14 million to our charter schools. Many of them are newer facilities and do not have the need as many of our neighborhood schools. I recognize support from charters is needed to pass these bonds, and dangling money in front of them is a way to secure a more positive vote. Are charters really in need of this money when they receive $139 per pupil from the state for capital needs that our neighborhood schools do not receive? I guess you could use the logic that these are our students, as well as whose parents pay taxes. But are they all our students when they enroll 70% of our out-of-district students? Your role as board members is to place a priority over the highest need, and in my opinion, neighborhood schools trumps charters, since they already receive ample funding and the amount of close to $417,000 per year. Why do they need $14 million? If you go with the $490 million amount, it probably will not be sufficient to meet the needs of all our neighborhood schools and will not go very far. Put all those funds into our neighborhood schools first before buying votes from charters.
Thank you. Kelly Mayer, and then I'm sorry, we already had Mike Kemp speak, then Patty Anderson, followed by George Allen.
Good evening, Board Directors and Superintendent Kane. My name is Kelly Mayer. I am a longtime resident of Douglas County and mom of many former and current DCSD students. I am here today to express deep concern over a recent incident involving one of our district's teachers. An elected official confronted a teacher at my children's high school about a lesson that was part of the approved state curriculum, which included a discussion on Leonardo da Vinci and his potential gender fluidity. The official claimed that this lesson made her child, who holds conservative Christian values, uncomfortable. However, rather than addressing this concern through proper channels, the official recorded the interaction and posted it on Twitter, where it quickly gained national attention. This raises serious questions about the legislator's motivations and whether this is part of a broader effort to push a specific religious agenda in our public schools. During the confrontation, the official suggested that if pride flags were allowed in the classroom, then Christian symbols like the Christian flag and 10 Commandments should also be displayed. The teacher rightly pointed out that a pride flag is not a religious symbol. This suggestion is deeply troubling as it blurs the line between church and state, leading us to question whether this is an attempt to undermine public education as we know it. At a time when fewer people are choosing to enter the teaching profession, we must consider how our district plans to protect our teachers from targeted harassment driven by political agendas rather than genuine concern for our children's education. Additionally, the legislator's affiliation with a group that the Southern Poverty Law Center identifies as a hate group only heightens my concern. It is disingenuous for this official to claim that they are addressing the teacher privately when the interaction was then broadcast on social media. This behavior not only harms our teachers, but it also undermines the integrity of our educational system. I urge the board to take a firm hand against such actions and ensure our teachers are protected from political harassment. Our educators deserve our support and respect, not to be used as pawns in political agendas. I also want to add, I am encouraging everybody to support the bond. Thank you.
Patty Anderson, George Allen, and then Krista Gilstrap.
Good evening, directors. Thank you for giving me a few minutes to speak this evening. I am a parent of 3 kids in the neighborhood schools in the Ponderosa feeder area. I have been volunteering in various capacities for the schools and the district for the last 11 years, when my senior now was in 1st grade. It is so critical. I'm here tonight to give you my own personal opinion. It is critical that we engage our community to pass the proposed bond this year. Our schools are aging and we must invest in the future of Douglas County. For my kids, Ponderosa was built over 40 years ago. This means there are places and areas that are also 40 years old. Let's start with our theater, also referred to as our auditorium. We have 40-year-old seating, which is very much showing its age. Many of the wooden armrests are broken off, exposing the metal framing, which can easily cause injury to students or community members who come to a show or concert. Speaking of community members, my father, who also lives in Douglas County, is mobility impaired and attends the many concerts where my children perform. And there are only about 4 seats that he can sit in because the ramp at Ponderosa is not ADA compatible. That's okay, I can get away with that. But as soon as one of those chair arm breaks, which it will, it's going to cause a potential for him not to be able to sit in that seat because he needs the armrests to stand up. This is one of the items that is on the bond package for this year. And it's not just the students and the community members with Ponderosa. It is also used by our community members, where there are various dance studios using our space for their holiday shows. My youngest child is in 8th grade, so I have an incredibly vested interest in fixing Ponderosa for a great next 5 years. However, the bond is not only about my school. I value public education and believe all students should have access to a productive neighborhood school within a reasonable distance from their home. We have 2 key areas that we do not have this opportunity. We must build schools in these areas so the 5- and 6-year-old kids in Sterling Ranch are not having to ride on a bus for an hour to get to their zone school. Residents passed a bond over 25 years ago to build Sagewood, and now I am in my final year of 7 at Sagewood, and I am grateful for the taxpayers to allow me to have a school so close to my house. I will gladly continue to pay the same tax rate in order to provide schools for children in Sterling Ranch and Ridgegate. Thank you.
Thank you. George Allen, and then Krista Gilstrap.
Hello. George Allen from Parker, as longtime Douglas County resident since 1997. As my community service, I perform oversight of government on budget and tax matters. Any municipal entity that wants to raise taxes gets a big argument from me. And I organize and lead and finance campaigns against ballot questions to raise taxes, and have a long record of winning those campaigns, defeating tax increases and ballot questions and debt increase ballot questions, including yours. I've defeated yours several times. This is a volunteer service I perform on behalf of the taxpayers. But, ladies and gentlemen, if you ask for $490 million of new debt on this November ballot, I'm not going to oppose it. Why? Because it's not a tax rate increase. Here's the point. The existing 5.2 mill rate in the debt service fund generates $50 million a year in tax revenue to you. That's sufficient to service $490 million of new debt without a tax rate increase. But if this question does not go on the ballot in November, then in 2025,
the debt service mill rate will ratchet down to 3.8 from 5.2, which is not sufficient to service $490 million. So for future debt service questions, the board will need to raise the mill rate, which will be a tax increase and will get opposed. So this November is a big opportunity, a rare opportunity to borrow $590 million without a tax rate increase. My second point relates to the debt service presentation, page 23. There's a line graph in there. It looks like this. You'll see it in your presentation. It's the reason that the mill rate declines is that your principal gets paid off every year. It's a balance sheet condition. Here's the key point. The board cannot levy property taxes on debt it does not know. If you pay down the debt too fast, this mill rate ratchets down. And then when you want to increase it, it's a tax rate increase.
15 seconds remaining.
So the board has to try to keep a consistent level of an elevated rate increase so there's no tax increase by having a long-term program of new debt to offer to the public. I have more comments. I was expecting 3 minutes, so I will email those to you. Okay? Thank you.
Thank you. Krista Gilstrap.
Hello all, it's been a while. Nice to see you all again. I don't know how you got George Allen to come here and say all that, but that is a big deal. So thanks, George. Obviously, I'm here to support the bond. I'm not going to tell you guys anything you don't know already. Obviously, Superintendent Kane and everyone has some more education to do because there have been so many wrong things said tonight. Not enough time to go into all of them. I did want to highlight a couple things. George kind of touched on it a little bit. Once upon a time, our mill rate for the bond debt, which is separate for operational debt, which I know you all know, but sounds like people don't understand that, was up at 15 mils. As George just stated, it's down at 5. So we have seen a steady tax decrease over the years on this bond debt. So all you're asking for now is to hold it steady. Again, nothing you don't know, but just for the community since we've got some misinformation out there. Okay, I'm winging it. Sorry, I don't normally do this. Want to make sure I hit everything. Oh, so yeah, so it's basically just an extension of the current taxes, which is exactly what the commissioners did with 1A back in 2022, and their measure passed with over 80% of the vote. People didn't seem to oppose it then when we were talking about parks and rec and extending that tax. So I don't understand why there's such a big pushback when we're talking about getting our students the resources that they need and our staff the resources that they need, and to have safe and secure schools for our kids. I don't understand the pushback on that. So yeah, I guess the only thing left to say is update on Invest in DCSD. We are rocking and rolling. We have not gone away. We have expanded. We have more people in to help me. We have a larger leadership team this year. We have already raised a good amount of money. So we are fully ready to take the baton should you guys decide to vote yes tonight. And I hope that you do. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. That concludes public comment. Moving on to item number 9, adoption of consent agenda. Do I have a motion regarding consent? Director Thompson.
Yeah, to remove or to pull out of consent number 23, the updated Douglas County School District waiver request from Challenge to Excellence Charter School.
Okay, Director Meek.
Yes, I'd like to remove item number 20, Board Committee Priorities Resolution. Thank you.
Okay, so do I have a motion concerning consent agenda minus items number 20 and 23?
So move.
Motion by Geiger.
Second.
Second by Thompson. Roll call. Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Moore.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
Aye.
Williams. Aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
Great, passes 7-0. So we will go ahead and talk about item 23, since Director Thompson pulled that one first, which is the updated DCSD waiver request from Challenge to Excellence Charter. So I will let you start.
All right, thank you. So we had, again, on this agenda item, a request for some waivers from the charter school. And the way that this typically works is that if a charter school wants to waive a policy, they submit the document that is attached to the agenda where they talk about the policy, their rationale, their replacement plan, the financial impact, and how they plan to evaluate that policy. And so the reason I wanted to pull it tonight, and I understand that Charter to Excellence is not here to answer questions directly, was just that I had concerns about just a couple of the policies, or the replacement policies just not being sufficient to cover the intent of the Douglas County School District's policy. And I'm happy to review that. I'm also happy to have a conversation about if maybe we can table this until we have an audience with Challenge to Excellence Charter. I'm happy to move forward with whatever way you guys feel is best.
Sorry, I personally feel, I mean, I've looked through the policies, so I feel comfortable voting on them tonight, but open to hearing what you have.
Okay. All right, so in that case, we can go through the policies. So the first one is the waiver request for the educational equity policy. And I want to point out that the development of this equity policy was a collaborative effort, which Challenge to Excellence had the opportunity to engage in their needs in the development of this policy. And their replacement policy kind of gets hung up on the differences between equality versus equity. And while I understand the kind of the intent of what they were trying to get at, when we focus on equality in a way that does not account for existing inequities, this policy could inadvertently lead to discriminatory outcomes. And this happens when policies or practices treat all students the same, but in doing so fail to address the specific challenges faced by certain groups, thus perpetuating disparities. So for example, when we provide special education services to students, we are not promoting equal access to opportunities and resources. We are providing equitable access and compensating for systemic factors. So by tailoring the support to the specific needs of students with disabilities, educators level that playing field and ensure that these students have the necessary tools and opportunities to succeed along their peers. Additionally, in the Challenge to Excellence policy, there is a statement that Challenge to Excellence has not and will not explicitly or implicitly automatically tie an individual child's strengths or gaps to their group identity. Irrespective to the underlying intent, doing so has proven and will continue to prove devastating to children and to American society. And I do not believe that is a factual statement. Additionally, this stance could be interpreted as conflicting with state and federal law. For example, IDEA requirements to consider and address specific needs related to a student's disability. And so my ask here is that the replacement policy to be sufficient and to meet the intent of our equity policy, it needs to align better with the principles of educational equity, meaning acknowledging systematic inequities exist, commit to addressing systemic barriers while maintaining, and one area they had in there was maintaining high expectations for all students. So this policy should also emphasize the importance of providing the necessary support to help each student meet those expectations. I can keep going on unless anyone else has a comment about that policy.
Yeah, well, I mean, I would just say that I believe that charters have their own unique communities, and the board works for their unique communities, and I would assume that the board of C2E approved these. Yes? And so I believe that if they find this to be sufficient for their community, then I am in favor of moving forward with this specific policy. Director Geiger.
When I went through this, I had some concerns. I understand C2E's philosophy, and honestly, I think there are concerns about it. Equality is not always equitable. I have concerns about whether or not this adequately affects and addresses children who have individual needs, and when those needs need to be addressed. I think they have some very good value statements in there, but I think it also tends to level everyone out and to not take into account that equity sometimes is necessary to level a playing field that is inherently not equal. I understand why it's there. I don't disagree necessarily that charter schools have a right to set some of that place. That said, we also have a duty to make sure that every school treats every kid in a way that is equitable and fair. I don't think the Challenge to Excellence sets out to discriminate against anybody. I think just the opposite. But I think that there are phrases in here which give me concern about whether or not they're adequately considering the needs of every child inside this policy. That's one of the reasons, because I don't know Challenge to Excellence and I haven't seen them, that I would support tabling this particular request to further have information from C2E to explain to us how this policy works in action, to make sure that they're looking at each individual student, both in the context of society and in that individual student's needs. And again, I want to make it clear, I don't think C2E sets out to treat anybody inequitably, but I don't know that this policy fully describes what we need to do to make sure that every child's needs are fully met, simply because I don't know how they implement this policy.
Director Weiniger.
I don't get that impression from this policy that it's not inequitable. They have phrases like C2E respects each child experiences outside of C2E and their immutable characteristics. The sentence that Director Thompson didn't really love, I don't get that same impression that they're not being respectful of a child's identity. They're just saying they won't automatically tie that to how they see that child. They will actually meet that child as an individual. So I personally don't have an issue with their replacement policy. I think it actually does a great job doing what our policy does.
Director Myers.
I know we get hung up on the vocabulary words, equity, equal, and I can only come from a personal teacher viewpoint, and I think I've said this all along. As a teacher, and with almost all teachers, no matter where the child is, that teacher meets those needs. We know as teachers when our kids are declining or there's other issues or they need that extra help. And I think it's almost an insult to our teachers and our administrators that they aren't taking care of all of our children, because I just know that's what they do. They step up, they take care of all kids at all levels, and we learned that from the get-go.
I would also like to point out that a few years ago, we passed this exact waiver for American Academy, and it is very similar language. So we've already passed policies that are very similar to this for other charter schools. And so therefore, I don't see a problem with us doing the same for Challenge to Excellence.
President Williams?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Director Meek.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks. Yes, I remember voting against the waiver for that one. I have voted against waivers to ADB every time. I feel like this policy needs to apply to every school in our district. And I remember the conversation around it that evening. We've asked charter schools to weigh in during the policy development process, and we didn't receive any feedback. So I also see this as an area where there's so much polarization in our community and in the nation, honestly, and kind of I think leaning into a conversation where we actually spend some time talking about how it is about meeting each and every student. It's not about looking at a student's identity. I mean, students are made up of so many different identities, so it doesn't even make sense to say we're looking at a student as one identity. So I just think there's so much education that could be done that would actually pull our community together if we chose to take the time, have a conversation with the charter board, understand the language changes, and perhaps it might even spark changes to the existing policy. I think there's value in taking time to try to pull our community together on a topic that I think is so essential for public education to be successful. So again, I vote against waivers to ADB because I feel like it really is foundational for every school in our district to support.
Do you want to move on to the next one?
Okay. So then policy DG and DGR. And so that one is the banking services. And again, I recognize the importance of autonomy with our charter schools when it comes to financial affairs, as long as we're being transparent to the public because it's public fund. The challenge that I had here was just I wasn't able to find the equivalent in their policy manual. And so I know that this was vetted by staff. That was just a challenge that I came across when I was reviewing this. I just didn't see it explicitly stated anywhere. And I just don't want that to be missed. And then moving on, unless anybody has a comment. The next one was DJG and DJGA. And that was vendor relations, sales calls, and demonstrations. And again, there was just a gap in a couple of the items. So this one doesn't adequately cover some of the Douglas County School District policy items, including vendor interactions and protection of instructional time from commercial influence. And a slight adjustment, I think, to this policy or to their replacement policy or their policy manual could easily resolve that. I can keep going.
Sure.
All right. So moving on to prevention of disease, so EBBA, EBBAR, and JLCC. The general framework for managing communicable diseases and long-term illnesses, they really had a focus on compliance and collaboration with health authorities, which I thought was fantastic. The details missing from the policy that I was just concerned about with the replacement is just the detailed procedures for the prevention of disease and infection transmission, specifically with handling bodily fluids. Like we go into quite a bit of detail in our policy on that area, and there's no detail at all regarding that topic in their replacement policy. And I can keep going.
Sure.
I take waivers very seriously. And then moving on, we have, I think it's farther down, let me just find the number. So JH, JI, JIA, JISC, JICDA. This is regarding student attendance, students' rights and responsibilities. And again, it's just on the replacement plan. When I was reviewing that they have their own attendance policy, discipline policy, uniform policy, parent and student handbook, I just was not able to identify all the information that we have in our policies to make sure that the intent stays. In fact, in their own policy, it says, Challenge to Excellence complies with all Douglas County and Colorado state policies and procedures regarding attendance. So they want to waive out of our policy, but the replacement policy is that they're following our policy. And so I think that could be adjusted to be a better replacement policy, or there can be some revisions there to fix that. And then finally, the last one is just the public complaints process, so KE, KEC, KECE, and this is just public complaints in general and complaints about learning resources. And just the feedback there is just having the opportunity for public inspection of complaints. It's a pretty transparent process with Douglas County School District, so replacement policy I think needs to just point out the transparent or the opportunities for community members and parents to be able to see those complaints like we do with the district. And so I think, again, just a slight revision. I'm done now.
Anyone have any comments? Director Weiniger?
I feel like this was kind of thrown at us, all your issues with it, and I wish you had let us know beforehand so we could review all of it. I was in a place to pass this, and I still am. I don't think your issues with it cause me concern. So maybe it'd be helpful next time if you had put this forward to us beforehand so we could review.
So for clarity reasons, we were provided these waiver requests on Friday. That gives us the weekend through today to review all of the documents. And I was out of town celebrating my birthday this weekend. And so that was not an opportunity for me. I spent most of my day yesterday trying to get all of my questions to staff in, but I wasn't able to make it through. I mean, this is a huge document to review, even in a weekend's time if I had had the full weekend, so.
Understood. I still would have appreciated a heads up that this was coming, so.
Yeah, I mean, I think from my perspective, we can certainly give Challenge to Excellence your feedback, but I don't think that prevents us from moving forward to approve their waiver requests. Anyone else? Director Meek?
Thank you. I was wondering, is this time sensitive to where we need to pass the approval this evening, or do we have the opportunity to push it back 1 month?
I mean, I'm sure we could push it back a month. I don't, for me personally, I don't feel like we need to do that. But I am willing to accept a motion at this time.
I move to table item 23 until the next action meeting, so that we may have further chance to review the waiver process and have, if possible, Challenge to Excellence representatives, if they wish to come and address our concerns.
Second?
Okay, motion by Geiger, second by Thompson, and this is to table item number 23. So, do roll call here. Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Moore.
No.
Myers.
No.
Thompson.
Aye.
Williams. No. Weiniger.
No.
Okay, so I will entertain a different motion for item number 23.
Moved to approve item number 23, approval of requests for waiver from district policy for Challenge to Excellence Charter School.
Second.
Okay, motion by Weiniger, second by Myers. Geiger.
No.
Meek.
No.
Moore.
Yes.
Myers.
Yes.
Thompson.
No.
Williams, aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
Great. Item number 23 passes 4-3. All right, moving on to Director Meek removed item number 20, Board Committee Priorities Resolution.
Thank you. Last night, the Student Advisory Group had its first kickoff meeting. It's the first meeting of the year where any students who have expressed interest are invited to come. There were about 50 students. It was a wonderful event. At the very end of the event, the leadership team, there's 4 student leaders, they asked to provide some feedback on the priorities that were identified for the subgroups for the student advisory group. So I was able to listen to their concerns and ideas, and I think they just wanted a little bit of time to talk to either the board or both liaisons about their suggestions. Some of the ideas they had, they felt like having AI, social media, and tech, potentially those could be combined, and there might be more interest if they were combined into that group. They were a little concerned with some of the past subgroups that no longer are available. One in particular that was brought up was the eco-friendly projects, particularly because the district just received a grant, partly based on the work of the subgroup from previous years. And it sounds like the grant that was received is somewhat dependent on the students staying involved. And I think neither Director Myers or myself were aware of the grant or any of this until last night. So they also had some feedback on the growth and decline subgroup and felt like they may not be situated to spend a whole year working on that. And basically, they were recommending that we postpone and have a chance to look at the feedback that they received last night. They did a survey last night to all the students that attended, asking for their interest. And so basically, what I'd like to do is propose that we move to approve the board priorities resolution as presented with the amendment of removing Appendix E from the resolution and to postpone consideration of Appendix E to our next scheduled board meeting on September 24th. That would allow us to have a little more time to understand some of the feedback and have conversation with the students. And I'm happy to answer any questions.
I think that makes sense to me. So then number 1 would just read, committee priorities set forth in appendices A, B, C, and D. And then we will do a separate resolution for E if everyone's amenable. Go ahead, Director Weiniger.
My thought was this list we put together for SAG, I didn't think this was the only options they had. I thought they were allowed to go outside of our list. But maybe I'm remembering incorrectly when we were discussing this, because I'm fine if we just put optional SAG subgroup topics. But if they would prefer that we come up with a list for them, then I'm fine waiting for that as well. I just wanted some clarity around that question I had.
That's a really good question. I think because they felt like everything needed to be addressed that was on the list. There would be too many. One of the feedback items that we received at the end of the year last year was having groups that were too small or too big is a bit of a challenge. And so I think they were just worried that there might be too many subgroups that were identified, which would actually prevent them from being able to add subgroups. So I think we could potentially say optional subgroups and pass the resolution. Or we could take a little more time and understand and refine it further. I kind of think either option would probably be fine with the students.
Director Geiger.
If I may, we could simply amend SAG subgroup topics may include. And then trust Directors Meek and Myers to herd that particular group of cats in the correct possible way.
Director Myers.
And Director Meek and I have talked about this, and we are not in a hurry to get these groups together right away. We have some time. So, and we want to make sure that we hear the students' voice. So I'm in agreement with what we're planning on tonight and letting our kids find some passion in what they want to do and direct it toward policy.
So are we good with adding SAG subgroup topics may include? Or do you just want to eliminate the list? Or do you just want to remove the appendix? I've heard all three.
I don't think we want to remove the list, but I think we could put may include. Is that correct, Director Meek?
Yeah, I think we could I think may include is fine. May include but not limited to. So there might be items, right, not on the list.
Correct.
If you want to make it easy, we could just put it on next month's consent agenda once we've had a chance to talk to the students. I think that would feel probably more collaborative with them, because we would build it together and they'd have an opportunity to have a conversation with Director Myers and myself.
Okay, so maybe.
I think that is my recommendation as I'm thinking through this and talking.
Okay,
And I want them to feel as involved as possible. So if it helps for them to talk about it and send it back to us, I would move at this point to adopt item 20, excluding Appendix E.
all right, so it would read, number 1 would read that the board adopts the committee priorities set forth in appendices A, B, C, and D to this resolution, and we'll just strike E and we can create a new separate resolution for September. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, motion by Geiger, second by Myers. Geiger?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Moore?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Thompson?
Aye.
Williams, aye. Weiniger?
Aye.
Great, passes 7-0. All right. Get back to, all right, moving on to the adoption of joint motion agenda, the approval of minutes. The recommendation is that the Board of Education approves the minutes from the regular meetings held on both June 18th and August 13th, and also the meeting minutes from the retreats held on July 20th and August 17th. Do I have a motion?
Moved.
Second.
Motion by Moore, second by Thompson. Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Moore.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
Aye.
Williams, aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
Great, passes 7-0. Moving on to our study action items. Number 25, the staff bond recommendation recap for a 30-minute presentation followed by a 10-minute Q&A.
Good evening, directors and the public. Thank you so much for having us talk about this again this evening on our final bond recommendation and recap. So this presentation is the same presentation that I gave you all last time during your August work session. So I will go through it fairly quickly, but I do want to make sure that, again, that we have a complete recording for our public in terms of the challenges that we're facing and the recommendation that we're making and why. So again, an overview of our challenges. We have a $300 million backlog from capital investments, the capital investments that we need to make into our school buildings, our taxpayer assets, and that continues to grow by an average of $35 million a year. Taxpayer dollars are being expended on temporary measures. I know one of our citizens brought up that we approved some boilers and chillers tonight on the consent agenda, and we did indeed, and it is because the Board of Education decided to set aside $20 million of our very limited one-time reserves fund in order to fund those emergency needs that could actually shut down a school. But $20 million is a very small dent in a $300 million backlog. And we will continue to have to address overcrowding with mobile classrooms and boundary changes in existing neighborhoods, which will end up moving children further away from their own neighborhoods. I did add, Director Meek asked a really good question at our last meeting. Our school facilities are used for community purposes, so some of that was mentioned tonight, for about 47,000 hours per year. So our community spends $47,000 per year in our school buildings outside of school hours and school activities to use our public schools. And again, our big challenge, we have several, but one of our big challenges is a lack of schools in newer communities This circle on the top represents Highlands Ranch. We have 38,000 homes in Highlands Ranch and 18 neighborhood elementary schools. In Sterling Ranch, which is pictured on the left, that is west of Highlands Ranch. You can see it's very geographically separate from Highlands Ranch. We have enough children in Sterling Ranch today to fill 2 elementary schools. And all of those kids are being bused to the edges of Highlands Ranch or to Roxborough and are having significantly long bus rides. And you can see we have similar challenges over on the east side to Ridgegate. In the case of Ridgegate, get to the nearest elementary school, and by the time you program in stops, that is another 1-hour bus ride for our little kindies. How do new schools get built? We often get asked, why do developers not build new schools? The way the law works in the state of Colorado is our developers do dedicate land for public school use as well as for park use. And they do that under law. The generation, it's based on student generation, the number of acres. Sometimes in some of our jurisdictions, the developers also contribute a impact fee per unit that is expected to be built. That impact fee is about $750 to $1,200 per unit. And just to give you an idea of scale, in Sterling Ranch, which is about 20% built out, and again, already enough kids to fill 2 elementary schools, that impact fee has raised so far $3 million. A new elementary school is a $50 million proposition, so $3 million might handle the parking lot, but will not build the school. Our county supported 7 bonds from 1984 to 2006 in order to build the neighborhood schools that we have. And the last neighborhood school we built was in 2010. We also have to explain to our taxpayers that we are indeed also dealing with areas of declining enrollment. It is not fiscally responsible to have flat enrollment and be opening new schools, but not looking at consolidations in areas where we have significant declining enrollment. So as you know from our last board meeting, we are working on that process side by side with all of you and our Highlands Ranch community and looking at the elementary schools and how many students used to be across 18 buildings versus how many are today. We are proposing as part of the bond proposal a $20 million investment in Highlands Ranch to ensure that our students in Highlands Ranch continue to have the amazing opportunities that our district has to offer, just like students that might move to Sterling Ranch or Ridgegate would have. We never want opportunities for kids to be limited by where they live or where they go to school. A little bit about a background on bonds in Douglas County School District. So I want to start with what is a bond and how does it work? So a bond is when we ask the taxpayers for permission to take out debt on their behalf, and then the taxpayers, through a tax rate, pay for that bond payment or that mortgage payment for those bonds moving forward. Over time, we are often able to restructure our debt so that new debt can fill in and keep our tax rate the same while maintaining a payment that is higher. For our citizens, it is similar to your mortgage. So our citizens might spend money on a mortgage to take out a mortgage for their home. They're paying a mortgage payment, and then maybe after 15 years, they have to invest in their home in order to keep the equity by redoing their landscaping, finishing the basement, replacing critical units, whatever the case might be. And so they may restructure their debt so that they could have a lower debt payment, but then they take out a HELOC loan in order to do the capital investments they need to do, and they end up with the same mortgage payment. So now they have the same mortgage payment, but they have a home with a finished basement or whatever it might be. Bonds work in a very similar way. As we sunset debt, we can add new debt in order and keep the tax rate the same as one of our public commenters talked about tonight. This shows a 25-year history of bond approvals and the impact on the tax rate that is used to collect for our debt payments. I could have gone all the way back to 1984, so this starts at 1997, but really from 1984 to about 2006, the Douglas County voters supported debt approximately every 3 to 4 years. That's why we have schools. And the rate that we needed to collect on that debt was 15 mills. Because we went so long without further taking out debt in order to invest in our taxpayers' assets. The mill rate ratcheted from 15 mills down to what is now 5 mills. And so if we were to ask for a $490 million bond, that would keep us at 5 mills, and I will address that when we get closer to the proposal. This is just a historical capital investment in the metro area, just to give our citizens and the Board of Education an idea of how other school districts are investing in their capital assets. DCSD, of course, is significantly larger than some of these other districts that have invested significantly more dollars. A little background on the master capital plan. The long-range planning committee works on a master capital plan every year. That master capital plan contains, to excruciating detail, every single improvement that is needed in every single building throughout the entire school district, now and in the future, as well as looking at the new construction needs that are throughout our school district. The Board of Education approves that plan every year. And what we need to make sure we have is a financial plan to be able to meet the needs in that master capital plan. And so this just gives you an idea of how that master capital plan breaks down. And again, we need to be thinking forward and thinking about how we will be able to achieve all of the needs in the master capital plan. The needs are very, very significant. One of our public commenters asked, can you find other ways to fund the master capital plan? And I just want to give you some general numbers. If we were to try to address the capital needs in the master capital plan using our operational dollars, we would have to cut the district's operational expenses by 34% for the next 5 years. Those are massive numbers, and it would involve massive reductions in student programming as well as significant school closures in order to make 34% in reductions. And it means that we would be essentially, instead of operating at our per pupil revenue, our state per pupil revenue is approximately $11,000 per year. 34% in cuts would mean that we would need to be able to operate for about $7,500 per year. And that is just not sustainable to educate our 62,000 students. All right, we do need to make sure we have a debt plan that can eventually have a debt plan that can keep our mill rate flat and allow us to take out debt on a relatively regular basis to continue to invest in the taxpayers' assets. I have shown a couple of plans with that to you all in the past. 5 mills is not sufficient, but it will be sufficient for the time being. All right, so here is staff's proposal. We are proposing a $490 million bond be put on the November 2024 ballot. And it would cover the following things. And I do want to actually talk about each of these items and go to the highlights. So for anybody watching this presentation, you can click on any of the links to the right and see the explicit detail behind each of the items on the left. In the highlights, we are talking about 2 new elementary schools, one in Sterling Ranch and one in Bridgegate. Those are the 2 areas where proximity to elementary is the biggest challenge that we have. There just are not elementary schools within a reasonable driving distance of either Sterling Ranch or Ridgegate. An expansion of Sierra Middle School in Parker. Sierra Middle School is an extremely old building, over 40 years, I believe. It's an extremely old building, and it needs an expansion and some additions. For example, did you know Sierra Middle School is still on well water? They're not even on city water. And so we need to get Sierra Middle School on city water and expand so that we can absorb the growth in the Parker area. We would look at expanding career and technical education programming, and especially for our students that might not be immediately college bound. We have a very large demand for career and technical education programming. And as much as we have focused on that, there are still programs that have tremendous wait lists. And so those programs would include construction, HVAC, electrical, carpentry, electric vehicle maintenance, advanced manufacturing, We currently offer cosmetology in Highlands Ranch, but students on the east side of I-25 have a really hard time getting there in the middle of the day. So we would offer cosmetology at Douglas County High School on the east side of I-25. Likewise, automotive is currently offered on the west side of I-25, but we do not have automotive, it's currently offered on the east side and we do not have it on the west side. So we would put automotive in Highlands Ranch High School. We would also expand special education programming to include career and technical-based education, additional center-based programming, finishing out Parkland Phase 2 in order to accommodate more of our students, transportation improvements for our students with special needs, as well as playground accessibility. And then we also have programming expansion for growth and decline, which I talked about, that $20 million investment in our Highlands Ranch community. And of course, capital renewal and replacement for critical Tier 1 and Tier 2 maintenance. The bond would basically bridge us from the 2018 bond and get us to the year 2026 in terms of critical Tier 1 and Tier 2 needs. Anything that isn't critical is not really included in the bond. It's not big enough. And then I included some of the artists' renderings, the architectural renderings of what could potentially be our new schools or expansions. So this one is Sterling Ranch Elementary. There are many more details in the agenda item, but I picked some of the really nice pictures to give people an idea. And what we tried to do is design the schools to the site so that it's very cost efficient in terms of adapting to the site at hand. And we tried to make sure that while they are modern, very modern buildings, much more than we were able to build in 2010, they also have kind of that Douglas County School District look to them on the outside so they are easily identified as Douglas County School District schools. This one is a rendering of Ridgegate Elementary. And then Legacy Phase 2. And again, you can see more details in the agenda item, but electric vehicle maintenance is an incredibly innovative thing for us to be able to offer to our students, and it will put our students in incredible demand out in the marketplace because not many school districts are offering electrical vehicle maintenance, and that is something that is up and coming. And then this is the Sierra Middle School expansion, or a picture of the Sierra Middle School expansion. And I see Director Geiger smiling, and it makes me smile too because Sierra is one of our very, very, very old buildings, and just to have it feel more modern for the students would be amazing. Okay, and then this is my graph, but now we've added a $490 million bond proposal. And as talked about, that $490 million bond proposal will keep our tax rate at 5.2 mils, our bond redemption rate. And so, in other words, we can keep the same mortgage payment, but take on additional debt due to restructuring the debt, which is a very fiscally responsible thing to do for our taxpayers, as well as investing in our taxpayers' assets. Now, I do have a note here that looking to the future, as we have to continue to invest in our taxpayer assets, a future bond election would very likely or almost definitely include some kind of tax increase, because 5.2 mils is not sustainable over time in terms of our ability to continue to invest in our buildings. But for now, we can outrun a $490 million bond and remain in that same tax rate. This is the proposed ballot language. And I think there were some questions last time, so I want to provide some clarity. The very first sentence of the ballot language is without imposing any new tax. This is essentially a continuation. It is a continuation of existing taxes so that we can continue to have the ability to pay debt. So it really is a continuation of existing taxes, and it is actually quite analogous to the initiative by the commissioners to continue the investment in parks and recreation by continuing an existing tax. We're asking to continue an existing tax so that we can continue to invest in school buildings. Student impacts if a bond is not passed. Certainly continued growth in our new communities will mean that our students in our new communities will continue to flood the outer edge of our existing communities. And as those existing schools on the outer edges get completely filled up with students from the new communities, the students that reside near those existing neighborhood schools would eventually have to be reboundaried further into Highlands Ranch, and so on and so forth as the growth continues, so that we will end up having kids that pass two neighborhood schools to get to their assigned neighborhood school, because we're trying to keep from too much overcrowding in those outer regions. Right now, those outer region schools do have mobile classrooms, and we are maxing those out to where we can't really continue to accommodate growth in that fashion. Transportation will continue to be impacted. It's not really well known, but part of our transportation challenge is all the additional routes that we have to add due to growth. And because there aren't schools within proximity of those students, they are new routes when they wouldn't otherwise necessarily be transportation routes. In terms of our backlog, the 2018 bond covered the most urgent Tier 1 and Tier 2 needs through 2021. We are once again quite a ways behind in our capital needs. And so we've had needs identified through 2028. And this bond would take us through about 2026. But if it doesn't pass, we will have to continue to set aside one-time reserves for those absolute emergency situations until our reserves are depleted. The ability to provide safe and adequate educational spaces for our students, which we know research shows is critical to learning, will be compromised. The financial impacts should a bond not passed. Every time we put off capital improvements and new buildings, et cetera, inflation is a significant factor of the entire bond package. Inflation, every year that we wait, it costs about $45 to $50 million for each year. Increasing the backlog means that we are expending taxpayer dollars on one-time expenses that we would not otherwise be spending them on if we had our things up to date. We spend about $1 million a year moving mobiles, and you can see some other things listed here as well. Temporary building systems, we would not be paying for temporary building systems if we had the ability to replace HVAC units and boilers and those sorts of things. Increase in operational maintenance. And of course, if we have to close a school temporarily and put our students somewhere else, that cost would likely be astronomical, if it's even possible at all. And then this is the tax impact if we do not put a bond and pass a bond. The tax impact would be that the tax rate would go from 5.2. It would ratchet all the way down to 3.8. This means that any future investments that need to be made in our schools and in building new schools, et cetera, would mean a significant tax increase to our taxpayers. It's really easy to let taxes go down, and it's really hard to bring them back up, as you can see from our free fall from 15 mils. And then finally, these are just next steps. So here we are tonight. Tonight, we have put in front of you a resolution to place a $490 million bond on the ballot. That is your next action item, should you choose to do that. And then an approval of the proposed bond plan. And so that resolution has the bond plan attached to the back of it. I will say in full transparency, there is a caveat regarding the bond plan that priorities of capital needs can change. So if there's an emergency, we planned to fix A, but suddenly B breaks and B is actually a higher priority than A, we might make some shifts, but we would do that with the oversight of the Mill Bond Oversight Committee. And then finally, of course, we recommend extending the charter for the Mill Bond Oversight Citizens Committee should a bond initiative be successful. And with that, I am happy to answer any questions that the Board of Education might have. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Myers?
Thank you, as usual. I think I dream some of these slides. I think if our public listened as much as we did, they would be, know what was going on. But I have two questions. I don't even remember the first one right now. But I've heard out in the public, and I think it goes back, and you don't have to bring it up, Mr. Blair, but slide 17, it's listed out where all the money's going to go to. And so there's always that comment out there about, how are you held accountable that money's going to go to where you say it's going to go? So what holds you accountable?
Thank you very much for that question. Ultimately, the Board of Education, of course, is accountable, but by having a Mill Bond Oversight Committee, essentially the way that the Mill Bond Oversight Committee works is that every time the staff makes bond expenditures in accordance with the bond plan, we bring those bond expenditures to the mill levy oversight, to the Mill Bond Oversight Committee, and then they verify that, yes, the money is going where we said it would go. The money is following the bond plan. So if you can picture the Mill Bond Oversight Committee having our detailed bond plan, and as you said, every single one of these items is completely broken out, and they've got it like a big checklist, right? Check, we've spent that. Check, we've spent that. Over the course of about 4 years. It will take us about 4 to 4.5 years to fully expend all of the $490 million on the improvements that are in the detailed bond plan. I also would like to address the 2018 bond. I think that was brought up at public comment tonight. The bond mill, I don't know why I'm getting stuck on MBOC. Can I just say MBOC? MBOC, Mill Bond Oversight Committee, last time I'm going to say it. The MBOC looked at the 2018 expenditures and tracked along with those as the 2018 bond expenditures were spent. And that Citizens Committee came to this Board of Education not too long ago to talk about the 2018 bond being closed out and that every dollar went where it was intended to go.
And my last question concerns, we had one of a public commenter tonight talk about the charter schools. And I know that some of us have visited charter schools and they aren't all brand new and they do need some. So can you tell me, and I'm sorry, maybe let the public know why the charter schools are in our bond package?
Absolutely, yes. Thank you for that question. The same criteria were applied to, well, actually a higher level of criteria, but in terms of age of the building, the same criteria were applied to our charter schools when considering their capital needs that were applied to our neighborhood schools. And I believe that is schools that were built in 2009 and earlier. As I mentioned, our last neighborhood school was built in 2010. So any charter schools built after that are indeed newer buildings and are not part of this bond package because they don't meet the age requirements. This second requirement that is a higher requirement than our neighborhood schools have is that whatever improvement is made to a charter school, in theory, we have to be able to go take it back. Just in theory. So for example, if we replace a roof unit, in theory, we could go pick up the roof unit and take it back. And so that is a requirement in order to qualify for bond dollars. Our charter schools, as the citizen mentioned, 14 million are attributed to our charter schools. That is less than 3%. It's 2.8% of the overall bond amount. Our charter schools do house 24% of all of our students here in Douglas County. So, and 2.8% is the percentage of the bond that they are getting for their own capital needs. And then finally, there was a question about the charter schools getting some capital needs dollars from the state. They do get a small amount of capital needs dollars from the state of Colorado. That was designed because charter schools, in order to build a building, they take on their own debt and they pay their own mortgage payments. So they don't have the taxpayers paying their mortgage payment the way that the district has the taxpayers paying our mortgage payment. And so even with that capital construction stipend that they receive from the state of Colorado, they're still about 15% less funded as a result of paying a mortgage payment. And again, they account for about 2.8% of the overall bond. That was a really good question.
Director Thompson.
So thank you again for the presentation. I think this topic is really heavy and difficult to digest, and you guys have done a really great job at making it something that's easy to understand and follow along. So thank you for that. And I know you've been saying it a lot, so you've definitely got a lot of practice in, but I do find that your presentations are extremely helpful.
Thank you.
And I also, I want to thank our citizens that have given public comments or written us emails, both in support or with their concerns. One, it helps us identify what those concerns are and where our gaps are still in information. And I really appreciate Director Myers elevating some of those concerns tonight, so you had an opportunity to address them. So I just wanted to state that all the way around. So thank you, and I really enjoyed seeing the renderings. It's helpful for me. I'm a visual person, and so for anybody who's watching, I think that there's more pictures in the agenda, and I think that that's really helpful. I know it is for me. And then finally, I just want to elevate one of the public comments about auditorium seating. So when we think about updating, a facility, yeah, it's going to look more aesthetically appeasing. It might be more functional, right? Maybe safety concerns are being addressed. But the person tonight brought up accessibility. And I think that's also another really important thing that we need to discuss, is just how this improves accessibility for our students. So thank you.
Thank you.
Director Weiniger?
Yes, agreed. Thank you so much for all the months and months of work that you've put into this presentation to get us to where we're at, you and your staff. And thank you for also addressing public commenters' questions, because I had some of those and you covered basically all of them. A big one that I just want to reemphasize is someone says, why are we putting this on the ballot? And they just don't trust that no new tax portion. And I understand that. And I think you answered that very well, in that even though it's not increasing your taxes, it's extending a tax, and we still have to go to the voters to get that approved. And then you also gave a dollar amount to the mill decreasing, which I appreciated, which is $73 a year for the average home, which is at $780,000, if I read your small print right. I think $73, a decrease in taxes if we don't pass this, it's worth it to me to get our schools and the capital needs addressed. And I do believe, just like the Fiscal Oversight Committee put out in their memo, that this is the best use of our funds. This is fiscally responsible to do a bond for our schools and for our students in those buildings. So just want to say that. And then a random question I had was just, you mentioned Sierra Middle School needs to go from well to city water, and I was just curious why that's better to go to city water.
Thank you for that question. Well water is, especially for a large facility like that, is incredibly unreliable and often backs up. So I'm going to let that sit there for a minute. But the transfer to city water will be significantly more reliable, and we couldn't increase the student count at Sierra Middle School, which is about to happen. The well water won't be able to handle the increase in fixtures that are needed for that increased student count due to all the growth that we are seeing in the Parker area. So even if we wanted to try to get by with well, we literally couldn't. As we put more students into Sierra Middle School. So we will have to make the move to city water, but it will make going to school and working at Sierra Middle School significantly more pleasant.
Yes, thank you. I can imagine what kids flush down the toilet there, so thank you.
Director Geiger?
Well, I think probably this is about the 282nd time you and I have discussed something along these lines from the time that I've been working on this. I'm going to ask you just a series of leading questions where I know the answers, but I want the district to hear them. Do you believe, as a superintendent with years of experience, that our failure to meet our capital needs is beginning to impact or potentially impact the performance of our students?
Yes, and it will very much impact the performance of our students. Their learning environment is incredibly critical to their ability to learn.
Isn't
yes.
Isn't it true that there's stats that just show that even an increase in 3 degrees of temperature, average across a year, can result in decreases in testing?
I have seen similar stats to that, yes.
Do you believe that our failure to reinvest in capital needs to this date has impacted our ability to adequately meet all of our safety and security needs? Let me ask it better. Would increased funding more enable us to meet safety and security needs in a modern fashion?
Yes, increased funding will absolutely help us ensure safety and security on a continual basis, because the infrastructure that we put in place for safety and security, like any other infrastructure, has to be updated. Old equipment has to be replaced with new equipment, and all of those things are critical to continue to maintain and to increase the level of safety and security in our buildings.
And isn't it also true that much of the funding, or a good portion of the funding for the charter schools, is helping them to update their safety and security and their communication process with our safety and security people?
Yes, this bond does include safety and security upgrades for all of our schools that will help improve communications, among other things, and those things are all critical, and that includes our charter schools as well as our district-run schools.
One of our deepest and most important duties is to serve our students with disabilities and provide them with appropriate special education programs. Do you think that this bond would greatly increase our ability to provide for those students?
Yes, thank you for that question. As Director Thompson said, accessibility is part of this bond, including ADA updates not only to our buildings, but also to our playgrounds that will make them more accessible for all of our students.
Do you believe it will also assist us in providing better resources for our special education students?
Correct.
Thank you. Do you have any doubt, having traveled this county from Highlands Ranch to Franktown, from Sterling Ranch to Ridgegate to Elbert County, that there is a broad community support for investing in our schools?
Yes, I believe that the district and the Board of Education and our community's efforts over the last 3 years have continued to build on the education of our community and the understanding and mutual understanding with the school district of the significant needs of the school district and how those needs can be addressed. And so I think that is why we have seen a progressive increase in support. In November, of course, the bond came in about 48%. In March, the polling showed about 54 to 56% support. In July, the polling showed about 60% support. And I do believe that is because our community is starting to really pay attention to our schools and to understand the needs that our schools have, and that we actually do not have the revenue in order to meet those needs without having debt in order to invest in our balance sheet.
And finally, do you believe that the district has learned lessons from the expenditures of the 2018 bond that will help how we administer a 2024 bond even more efficient, appropriate, and accessible?
Actually, I'm really glad you asked that question because, again, we did hear some public comment around the 2018 bond. When the 2018 bond was developed, it was not developed with a very, very specific bond plan. It was sort of generally developed from the master capital plan-ish, but there wasn't really necessarily a direct line. I would say the biggest lesson that we learned from that 2018 experience is that you will find the amount of specificity in the proposed 2024 bond is significantly higher than that in the 2018 bond, and that we did break off a separate bond plan so that the MBOC can go through literally a checklist and say, yep, we've spent that, yep, we spent that. So it is very, very specific by having an isolated bond plan, which did not exist in 2018.
Thank you. Thank all of your staff for all of the work that's been done. This is the work you have done over the last year is impressive, important, and serves the highest needs of this district. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think you might be an attorney. Director Moore.
I'll echo all the comments from all the other board members for the staff and the citizens who've put a lot of work into helping us identify all the needs and the best approach to try to get these problems solved. And so I don't need to recover that. But the question about the charter school, the only question I just want clarity on, and again, I'm looking at the breakdown of what the $14 million that's earmarked for charters under the capital improvement part is, there is not a single item on here that's a luxury item. Everything is HVAC, plumbing, lighting, communication, safety and security. Yeah, this is all seems like very basic needs stuff. That said, what is the rationale behind why we would include charter schools in this versus to just let them handle these on their own?
Thank you for that question. The rationale truly is that they are all our kids. All of our kids that attend public schools in Douglas County School District should be able to attend safe and adequate facilities. And they are all our kids. Their families are taxpayers, just like our neighborhood school families are taxpayers. But from a district lens, we consider our larger umbrella to include all of our amazing neighborhood schools, our amazing magnet schools, and our public charter schools. They're all part of our system. They're all part of our Douglas County School District family.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no other, we will move on to, no, I already asked, yeah. Item number 26, the consideration of resolution to approve the bond plan.
Mr. Blair, could I ask you to put the resolution up on the screen? Thank you. Oh, you're way ahead of me, sorry. I asked too late. Thank you, or too soon or something.
Ready for a motion?
And with your permission, President Williams, I think I might be more helpful to you sitting over here and answering questions than standing in front of you.
That's great.
All right, terrific, thank you.
All right. I think Director Meek has a question about this.
Sure, I appreciate the resolution. I thought there was one topic that could be added as a whereas statement, so I'll go ahead and read it. Whereas the proposed 490 million bond will be funded without imposing any new taxes, ensuring that the tax revenues that have already been approved will not increase for residents, while still providing the necessary resources to update and expand our school facilities, enhance safety, and support educational excellence across the district. I felt like that topic was not covered in the resolution, and I really appreciated the visual in the prior presentation. There's actually a slide that helps to explain this key concept. So I thought it would be a great addition to add this whereas statement.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
You mean in the bond plan resolution or in the bond, putting the bond on the ballot resolution?
I was thinking it fit within this agenda item, which is.
The bond plan.
The bond plan?
Mhm. Do you think it fits better in the other resolution?
That would be my only comment. I think approving the bond plan says how we're going to spend it, and I think approving the putting it on the ballot says why and how much it's going to cost. I like the language, I just think it's in the resolution in 27, not 26.
Or both?
Or both. There's no reason it can't be in both.
Is there any issue from the district's perspective?
No, we do not have an issue with that whereas statement. Director Meek did put that by legal in advance, so we thank her for that. So we were able to look at it. Thank you.
Great, so you would want to add that to both, or just the second, or just the first?
I think it's appropriate in both.
I think both.
Okay, can you read it one more time, Director Meek? And
Absolutely.
thank you.
I can.
And then if you could
Whereas-
send it, yeah, but read it, please.
Sure. Whereas, comma, the proposed $490 million bond will be funded without imposing any new taxes, comma, ensuring that the tax revenues that have already been approved will not increase for residents, while still providing the necessary resources to update and expand our school facilities, comma, enhance safety, comma, and support educational excellence across the district.
Superintendent Kane.
Forgive me, President Williams, I spoke a little too soon. So yes, this is very appropriate to put in the resolution Director Meek proposed putting it in, which is the item 26 resolution to approve the bond plan. However, staff does not recommend putting it in item 27 because item 27 is not intended to be a statement as much as it is just in order to put the language on the ballot for the election purposes. So it really is item 26 where the board has the flexibility to be able to make such statements. I hope that's helpful.
Yes, thank you.
I move to adopt the resolution to approve the bond plan as amended proposed by Director Meek.
Second.
Motion by Geiger, second by Weiniger. Roll call, Geiger,
Aye.
Meek,
Aye.
Moore,
Aye.
Myers,
Aye.
Thompson,
Aye.
Williams, aye, Weiniger.
Aye.
Great, passes 7-0. And then moving on to item number 27, the consideration of resolution to place a bond issue on the November 5th, 2024 ballot for a 10-minute discussion amongst board members. So I will open it up. Director Geiger?
I move to adopt the resolution as written. I'm sorry, this is emotional to me. Thank you for all the work.
I'll second that too.
Okay, motion by Geiger, seconded by Weiniger. Still open for discussion. Director Myers.
I just had a couple of things I did want to say. I have always been a proponent that we let our community, we the people, make the decision about, even if this is a third year in a row, that we do put it on the ballot. And I also want to kind of give a scenario about my years in the district. When I started in 97, in January of 1999, we moved into brand-new Ranch View Middle School. So today, it's 25 years old. And I can remember back when they discussed, every 10 years, we're going to get a new renovation, a new look. And that started not to happen because we weren't approving the bonds. And we had, every summer, I remember, because I was there working usually in the summer, and the staff that was doing everything to make it appear that we were getting renovations, that new paint jobs, just anything that we could do. And I do remember teachers being there painting their own rooms and having to do some things themselves, and even paying for their own paint and doing some of those renovations. And actually, my husband and I built our house, moved in December of 99, so we all know the elation of moving into a new school building and a new home. And I know with the experience of running our home, which we are still in, that there are times when it's lean and we have to take out some money to pay for some things in our home. And then there's other times when it's much better and we can pay cash for renovations to our home. And I just know my husband and I are in that group that we're retired. We're on a fixed income. And I think I can maybe speak for Director Moore, Director Geiger, Director Meek, and I. Our kids went through the system. Our kids, and they're now all grown adults, and they have these beautiful buildings, and we want to retain our teachers. And yeah, we do need some of our things done. We don't want Mr. Cosgrove, and I've been in the car with him, when he has to find a bigger Band-Aid to put on something, because that's the way it needs to be fixed. And so now, and I think I'm the only one of the four of us, I have grandchildren now in Douglas County, and I want them to go to the same type, be in a safe building, go to schools that are renovated, fixed when they need to be, and so that's what I want to say about the bond.
Director Thompson?
Thank you again, Director Myers, for your comments. I agree with you. I think that it's the most fiscally responsible thing for us to do is to present to the community our funding needs and present it with a well-vetted solution. And I think that that is what this is a well-vetted solution to needs that we're presenting to our community to help us address. So thank you.
Director Moore?
Just real quick, I think it would be irresponsible and highly imprudent not to maintain and improve when it comes to the basic operating systems of all the assets that the school district owns. Nobody loves being taxed for things they think aren't necessary, and myself included in that. But when you look at the big picture of what passing a bond is for, how it's approved and how it's paid back and the time frame it's done and the purpose it's used for, it doesn't, you could hate taxes all you want, and I do, but this is almost a no-brainer when it comes to necessary and prudent. So I just want to make crystal clear that as much as I side with and identify with all those out there who want to ensure the government spends its money wisely, this one would be irresponsible to not do, in my opinion. So, thanks.
Director Geiger?
I do want to say thank you to everybody who commented, to the number of people who emailed me with support for this. I want to thank every committee, FOC, LRPC, who've contributed to this. DAC, of course, which has had a great deal of impact. I want to thank the community members. Mr. Allen and I have not always agreed on tax policy, but I appreciate his insightful and intelligent comments tonight. I see my old friend and rival, Mr. Jones, in the hallway, and I know he will do what is necessary to help this district in the future. I see Ms. Gilstrap, who has put time and blood into promoting this. It demonstrates the needs of this district and how much we have to have this. Mr. Director Moore is 100% correct. We would not be doing our job if we did not preserve what we have and expand what we need. And the idea that we are going to teach kids to fix electric vehicles and that we are going to teach them skills and abilities is one of the great improvements that this district has made over the last 10 years. And it is turning out even better citizens than we have. We have to invest in making them the best people they can be, and we can do it for a reasonable price at the right time. We have to pass this bond, and I am proud to be here today supporting it.
All right. I can't see Director Meek, so I don't know if you have anything that you would like to add, but in the meantime, I will.
Sure.
Oh, Director Meek, go ahead.
Thank you. Yeah, I would definitely like to thank all of the staff, especially Superintendent Kane, for creating such a effective presentation outlining the needs. I'd like to thank our MBOC and all of our committees, our citizen committees who've dedicated so much time and effort into thoroughly reviewing how funds have been spent in the past, bond funds, and also looking at the needs. The polling that we have done, I'm trying to look at the reasons people hesitate to support the bond. I think it's mostly uncertainty about how funds will be allocated, wanting more information, economic concerns, and just experiences, mixed experiences with past boards. When you think about those, I believe the district has done a really effective job at creating a bond plan that is transparent. It's on the website. and having the citizens come together to be ambassadors to talk about the need and everything. And what I would do is encourage anyone that still has questions around the need and how funds would be spent to definitely reach out and, talk with us. And we will do our best as elected officials to try to answer all the questions that our community has. And I think we are well situated for success given all of the work that has been done over the past several years. Just a big thank you to everyone.
All right, well, that leaves me, I suppose. All right, so I recall very, very vividly our retreat in December last year after the bond failed for the second time. And I said that night or that day, that I was going to struggle putting this on for the third time. And there were a few reasons for that. And one was I didn't feel like we had made a lot of progress on growth and decline, which I think we've made a lot of progress on growth and decline. And I think that we are showing our community that we are committed to making sure that we are serving the needs of each community. So I will say that this one has been the one that has kept me up at night in the 3 years that I've sat on the board, this is the one because it was a struggle. But at the end of the day, when I ran to sit in this seat, I said I was going to do what was best for kids every time. And so I think I would be doing a disservice by not putting this on the ballot this year. And so I wish the campaign a tremendous amount of luck and support any way that I can help there. But at the end of the day, this is what's right and best for kids. So with that, I will take it to a vote. Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Moore.
Aye.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
Aye.
Williams. Aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
Passes 7-0. And we will move to a recess for 15 minutes, coming back at 7:55. The meeting of the Board of Education is now back in session. Moving on to item number 29, the superintendent goals for a 10-minute presentation, followed by a 10-minute Q&A.
Okay, me again. All right, so we, according to the superintendent contract, the superintendent needs to put together goals and objectives every year, goals for the Board of Education, and that the Board of Education then can approve and set off for the year the goals for the year. And so this year's proposed superintendent goals, number 1 is around academic achievement and growth. 2, sustain positive culture and climate. 3, address enrollment challenges and funding opportunities. And 4, develop a strategic plan to align with board ends. And so on goal number 1, academic achievement and growth, the objective overall, of course, is to improve academic growth and achievement for our students over time to continue to make progress towards accredited with distinction. And so in order to do that, I will establish 2024-2025 priorities, which has actually already been done, reinforce those system-wide, align our system supports around those priorities. And some of those priorities are including looking at numeracy in addition to literacy. And so we are now looking to make some significant progress in the area of mathematics and numeracy. And so we will be focusing on common expectations pertaining to mathematics, particular algebra readiness. We will be focusing on interventions through resource and training for all of our core programs. Continue to look at improvements in reading, in particular in the area of writing and integrating that with our core reading programs. One of the things discussed in the evaluation is looking at achievement and growth for students in subgroups. So the prior school year, we had made tremendous progress in achievement. All of our subgroups across all of our grade levels gained in achievement more than other districts across the state. We're very proud of that. And we want to continue to make sure that all of our kids are making significant gains. We want to refine and expand pathway opportunities for students. In particular, should a bond proposal be successful, and develop digital literacy skills to include appropriate use of social media devices and artificial intelligence. So none of this should be surprising to the Board of Education because these are all things that we have collectively discussed. In terms of goal number 2, sustaining positive climate and culture, continue to create and foster a work environment that will increase employee satisfaction and reduce turnover. So again, consistently promoting and modeling organization-wide practices around climate and culture norms through expectations for leadership and through my own conduct, as well as the conduct of the cabinet leadership. Establish and create district-wide staff, student, and parent surveys to collect baseline data by the end of the school year. So as you know, we put our first parent survey in place last spring. So this spring, we will add our own district staff survey and student survey to that suite so that we have a position going forward where we're able to evaluate year over year the progress that we're making in important areas. Continue to increase engagement opportunities for staff, families, and the community, and we will be doing that through strategic planning and growth and decline, and always through discussing funding for the district. Explore opportunities to reduce administrative burdens on teachers and staff. So this is really important. We're always looking at, there's always discussion about what we should be adding to the plate, but every time we have a discussion about adding to the plate, we need to be looking at what we can take off of the plate of our school leaders and our staff and our teachers. And continue to explore creative retention strategies to keep our turnover low. Goal 3 is to address enrollment challenges and funding opportunities. So this objective is to lay the groundwork for a successful, oh, that's funny, I didn't update that statement. A successful bond in November 2024. and not a mill levy, and execute on the bond plan in the event of a successful election. So, and this involves, of course, planning and engaging the community, including to address decline in the North Planning area. So, certainly talking about those enrollment challenges, that means in our areas of growth and in our areas of decline. So we would recommend policy and specific school consolidations in the North Planning area over the course of this school year. Develop a long-term capital funding plan to include ballot initiative recommendations. That has been done, but we will continue to talk to the Board of Education about what it will take to support the master capital plan going forward. And develop and execute a comprehensive ballot initiative, communication and outreach plan. Continue to educate school, district, business, political, and community leaders on our district celebrations, challenges, and opportunities, and the impacts on our schools and community. Should a ballot initiative pass, transparently execute the use of the funding, and focus on developing and implementing strategies to increase enrollment district-wide. This is something that my team and I are having a lot of discussions about. We need to be a growing district again. And so to the extent that that is in our control, and it isn't entirely in our control, but there are a few levers that we can pull with some intentionality. So we are talking about some strategies internally that we can use to increase enrollment district-wide. For example, can we be doing a better job reaching out to our charter middle schools to show our charter school families how amazing our high schools are? Can we have some more thoughtfulness around who's out there homeschooling and finding out what do they need and what kind of supports do they need and how can our district help them? Reaching out to preschoolers or families of preschoolers, talking to realtors and developers about the importance of young families moving to Douglas County. So just kind of all of those things that we can do to start to think about enrollment district-wide. And then further align processes for the accumulation and use of fund balance with best practices. And then finally, goal 4 would be to develop a strategic plan to align with the board ends. So the draft ends that you are looking at approving potentially in September, how do we create a strategic plan? That'll be what we'll be working on over the next year, is actually going through that process. And in fact, we will have our strategic plan vendor talking to the Board of Education in September about what that process will look like, how community engagement will work, how our Board of Education can help and participate in that community engagement. So we will be engaging stakeholders and, of course, communicating the finalized plan before the end of the school year. In terms of a monitoring schedule, so typically when I give you the goals at the beginning of the year, I also provide you with the monitoring schedule. We will, once the board ends and executive limitations are approved in September, we will provide a monitoring schedule from January forward that will take us through the new board ends as well as the revised board executive limitations. And we'll look at those as separate entities now versus what we've been doing, which is kind of having a monitoring report that ties those very extensive ends with the extensive executive limitations. Now we'll be able to monitor each of those policies separately, given your new structure. All right, so I went through that really fast, but I believe those goals are responsive to the Board of Education's feedback that I received from you all at the conclusion of last year, as well as with what we want to do as a district to be able to move the education of each and every one of our kids forward. So I'm happy to address any questions.
Director Thompson?
No, thank you for this presentation, and I do feel that it was extremely responsive to prior conversations that we've had, and so thank you for that.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Again, I can't see Director Meek, so if you have something, you can just chime in.
Okay.
All right. I think we're good. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very
Great
much.
presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, moving into the policy governance section for policy revision, JIH, for the third reading. This is scheduled for a 15-minute discussion. So I will open it up for questions. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Very good. Director Williams, if I could please say a few things just to
Sure.
get us started in regards to this third reading of policy JIH. This has been a 7-month journey for all of us to really take our time and our diligence around this policy that really is centered around the safety and the welfare of our students. And so we started this journey back in February, where staff presented the first reading of a proposed policy in JIH. This policy has been based on CASB's recommended policy, as well as policies that many of our neighboring districts already have in place. Our safety and security team took time with this policy and provided feedback initially in regards to it. Additionally, we brought the second reading based on some initial feedback from first reading in February. We brought this policy to the Board of Education in May for a second reading. And at that time, we also reviewed with the board all of the comments that we had received from our public in terms of some of the reoccurring themes around this policy. So we had that conversation at the end of May, and we're responsive to the Board of Education in regards to some of the questions as a result of those themes from our community's feedback, which we highly, highly value, of course. And so we are bringing forth the third reading of this policy. Our hope is from staff is that we can finalize this policy so that we can begin the training process with our administrators as early as next week, just in terms of some of the updates to safety policies that revolve around safety and security. So if you could, Mr. Blair, pull up the third reading of the policy, the redlined version. I just want to highlight a little bit of what is slightly different based on feedback from the second reading of the policy. If you could, I just want to call out, I'll wait just a second. That looks more active than the one I have. There shouldn't have been.
You're in the wrong section. Agenda item 30.
We had previously brought you a red line version that had quite a bit of line in it, but not this particular policy. At this.
Keep going up. Next,
Agenda item 30.
go to line 80. There you go.
All right, that looks like what I was hoping for. Thank you. So on page 1, I just want to highlight one thing just in response to some of the public comment that we heard this evening. This policy is a policy when it comes to elements of interview and under the definition of interview. It also involves the questioning of students who may be witnesses or victims in regards to an incident. So this is beyond just a situation that may involve a student who is suspected of violating. This allows us to be responsive, immediately responsive in circumstances that involve students who may be witnesses and or victims to different circumstances. So on page 2 of this policy, you will see under the interviews section, there was a slight adjustment in red where we added, whenever feasible, the interview will be conducted in a private area. That was based on feedback from our last conversation with the board in terms of respecting student privacy. So that was added to the policy. If you go to page number 4 on this policy, in regards to the element around searching of the student's person or personal effects, you'll see two different revisions to the policy from the last reading. You'll see noted when a principal or designee has reasonable suspicion to search a student and include it in accordance with a student's safety plan. So there are circumstances as we work with our students who may have gone through a comprehensive multi-teamed threat assessment process. As part of that process and result, a student may be on a safety plan, which allows us the ability to search that student on a more regular basis based on those parameters, and we wanted to make sure that that was reflected in the policy. So that is noted. And then you will also see in the next paragraph the note that at least one other persons of the same-sex gender would be included in a search. And we struck the not more than 3 additional, again, trying to respect as much as we can the privacy of the student. So those are really just the revisions since the last reading. Staff has been responsive to the questions of Board of Education members in regards to other elements, and we've provided you those responses via different formats, memos, et cetera. So I do want to just comment a couple of things on the public comment, some public comment that was mentioned tonight. And then I also have our Director of Safety and Security, Mr. Johnny Grusing, as well as Lieutenant Rob Rotherham from Douglas County Sheriff's Office, who's essentially in charge of and responsible for our school resource officers through DCSO. They are both available to also answer any questions that you may have. But in terms of some public comment that I heard this evening earlier, and this was a conversation we had in May around the themes, the advocacy for getting parent permission to be able to search or interview a student. And we responded, like I said, in May. When we are dealing with situations that involve contraband, as noted in the policy, threats of potential weapons or illegal drugs, et cetera, those types of circumstances is when we get involved with the search element. And those are things that staff administrators have to act very swiftly on in order to be able to ensure safety of the staff and the students within the school community. Delaying that in any sort of way really compromises our ability to work to do as best as we can to ensure safety. And so that is why that is not a feasible option for us. And that would be a standard beyond what the current law and case law would require of us. And so we are trying to sustain our obligations in regards to that, and that is what is currently reflected in policy. So I wanted to note that. We did speak about that in May as well. The other thing that I would like to mention is that there was a comment about potentially helping to educate our parents through workshops and so forth about the rights and the responsibilities in this regard for parents. And I think that that is definitely something we could consider doing through different formats moving forward, is helping our parents understand about the rights that they have as well as our students. So that was something. In terms of students with disabilities, you will see that it is reflected in the policy how we are responsive to ensuring that students with disabilities who have accommodations as reflected in their IEPs or behavior intervention plans or 504 plans, that we as staff are responsible for ensuring that they have those accommodations in place if the student is involved in any of these types of processes within the school setting. And then in terms of the law enforcement element of questioning, Lieutenant Rotherham is available to answer that question from a law enforcement perspective in terms of law enforcement utilizing strategies around lying or not being honest with students and utilizing that to the benefit of law enforcement. So. if you would like for Lieutenant Rotherham to answer that, I guess is the question.
Sure. That would be great. Thank you. Hate to put you on the spot, but thank you.
Got it. Good evening. So there is a House bill that passed, I believe, end of last year, that prohibits law enforcement from deceptive acts involving juveniles during custodial interviews where essentially you can't lie. And I had heard some of the public commenters earlier talking about that, and that is absolutely not what we do in the schools. Just understand, as our school resource officers' goal is to be the security in the school, for the student safety, to be the mentors in our schools to our students, and to educate our students. Their goal is not to see how many arrests they can make. They're not competing to see how many vape tickets that they can write. Matter of fact, those are all brought to us by school security or the school staff. So our aim, and frankly, most of the criminal investigations we investigate, about 50% don't even occur in schools. We get reports very often of something that happened over the weekend or at night. Sometimes it's child abuse that happens at home. So these are essential and very important criminal investigations that we need to investigate right then and there when we get that report. So we have to take action as law enforcement officers to ensure the safety of the students.
Great. Director Geiger?
Thank you for coming, Lieutenant. Tell me about the kind of training that law enforcement officers get on the appropriate interview and interrogation tactic for juveniles in particular.
So we subscribe to NASRO, which is the National Association of School Resource Officers, and that's actually adopted by the state of Colorado as the best practices. Our SROs get training every year through the Juvenile District Attorney's Office, through NASRO training. We attend the NASRO conference every summer that has legal updates, and they discuss these things. So this past summer, matter of fact, we learned that any interviews of children under 12 years of age, that a parent must be present for that. Now, that doesn't apply to older students, middle school, high schoolers. And again, it's a discretion of the SRO whether they choose to call the parent before an interview or after. Now, understand, most of the interviews we do are victims or witnesses. And especially if a student is a victim of, say, child abuse, where the parent could be a potential suspect, then obviously we're going to conduct that interview before notifying parents.
I'm also interested, we've made a lot of progress, law enforcement, other agencies, in understanding the danger of leading questions, leading interrogations, particularly with young people and with people with various disabilities. Is that an area of focus that you've seen more of over the last few years?
Yeah, actually, we just had a training right toward the end of the summer before school started, adolescent mental health training that spoke about students with disabilities. And we spoke about IEPs, 504s, and behavioral intervention plans, and what's the appropriate way to handle those students to make sure that we're understanding and honoring the disabilities that they have so that we don't violate their rights. You know, things are taken into consideration, the age of the child, the mental capacity of the child. You know, we certainly don't want to intimidate students. When we get an investigation, we're just fact finders. We're trying to find out what's happening. And, you know, as far as a custodial arrest, that means handcuffing. It's extremely rare that we handcuff students in our schools. I can tell you the only time we've done one student this year, since the beginning of this year, and it was a suicidal female who was trying to run in traffic. My SR was trying to hold her. She refused. She was pulling away. We had to handcuff her for safety to get her back to the school. So it's very rare that we do that. Our investigations are truly to become fact finders, get the information. If we have to file and refer charges to the district attorney's office, once they get that, their aim is diversion. They're looking to solve the problem, why the student is acting out or committing some kind of a violation. And so the vast majority of the cases that go to our juvenile district attorney's office end up in diversion, which has a host of really good services through the county and the state to address family issues.
Thank you.
Director Moore?
Lieutenant Rotherham, thanks for being here. It's my understanding that the majority of the incidents that SROs investigate in a given week, I'll just say in a week, especially in the spring, are all related to threats, rumors of threats, situations that have to be investigated very, very timely and oftentimes involve a lot of interviews to really find out where a rumor started, what the validity of the threat is, and whether or not other action needs to be taken to protect the students in a school. But that said, can you tell us on an average day how many threats and rumors of threats your SROs have to investigate?
Well, Safe to Tell is a fantastic program because it does help us get communication from students. And many times when we get a threat, we'll get numerous Safe to Tells for the same threat. Obviously, it's more prevalent in high schools. I would say I get Safe to Tells day and night. And I would say probably each high school, maybe 1 or 2 per day of a threat. And of course, almost all of them are nothing. They're just a rumor. And just conducting those interviews, finding the students involved, we can dispel the rumor and make sure that our students are safe. But we do need to conduct those interviews. And again, most of the time it's witness interviews, just pulling kids in and saying, hey, we've got this information, what do you know? And staff is very good with helping us with that as well.
Director Thompson.
Sorry, my question's for staff, so I'll wait. Theo.
Great, can I sit down?
Thank you.
You're good, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for addressing some of the public comment today. So we heard about parents being present during interviews by law enforcement. What is that perspective for interviews with staff? And having a parent present and notified?
So as it states currently in the policy, staff is responsible for notifying parents about an interview as reasonably as time allows for, but that is not, the current policy does not require permission from a parent to be able to interview a student. If that were something that was expected moving forward, let's say there was a revision, that would significantly impact our current practice in our schools and compromise safety because of the time it would require for us to be able to act on a situation that involves even staff with trying to work with a student outside of law enforcement.
Okay, so on top of not just permission, but having a parent present for an interview, you would say it's the same response? Okay, and then, hold on, let me just make sure so I know in the policy we do mention, parent notification. So let me backtrack for a second. So I've personally struggled a lot with this policy, not for the lack of effort of staff. Staff's been fantastic. I've had lots of questions. You guys have been very accommodating to my questions and follow-up. Just a policy of this, I think it's an important policy, and so I have reservations about a couple of different things still. I reread it again today, and I still found a couple of things I'm like, oh, maybe this isn't as clear as it should be, which I'm happy they're small, but I'm happy to talk about. But and actually, let's go through that, because I think that'll help shape the rest of my comments. So if it's okay to go through the policy, on the interviews by school administrators, we have a list of, and let me get to it, so that's page 2. So it's under interviews, and it says interviews by school administrators. There's a sentence saying that, that we would question a potential student victim, witness, or student who may have relevant information related to an alleged violation of any school rule. And I just wonder if we need to include a little bit more clarity and actually include a student suspected or alleged to have broken a rule as one of the examples. Because it's kind of implied later on that the person who is alleged to have broken a rule would be someone we would interview, and it's just not stated explicitly. And I don't know if it's clear that a student who may have relevant information includes that, a student who might have allegedly broken a school rule.
Yeah, I actually am still trying to find where you're referencing on page 2.
Page 2, interviews by school administrators. And it's the first sentence.
This one is information related to an alleged violation, and she's saying, what about the person who supposedly did the alleged violation should be called out, I think is what she said.
I would also like to defer to our legal counsel in regards to any of those kind of recommended adjustments.
So we could, I mean, I definitely feel we could argue relevant information, but it just lacks clarity.
I think what you're essentially asking, if I'm is you would like it for clearly state that we could interview a student who is alleged to be the student who has violated a school rule.
Yes.
Okay. I don't see any issue with including that in that particular range of students, even though I think it is included here now, but I think it could make it clear if we included that phrase. Yeah, and I'll write it down and repeat it so everybody has the language.
Yep, and the other area is, we mentioned in here under search that, and let me get to the actual sentence. So it's page 4. It's actually, we have a cross out, but not more than 3, that little paragraph. Where we say persons of the same sex/gender. And again, I just feel like there's ambiguity by doing sex/gender. Like that can be interpreted, I think, in different ways. And should we be a little bit more clear about what we're actually asking in this sentence?
Did you have recommendations for a language revision?
One suggestion could be that we just say gender.
I don't see any issue with that revision either.
Okay. And then also under parent notification, we state that we'll let them know at the earliest convenience, and I'm wondering if we should add information or add something in there that states that not only will we notify parents, but we will provide them with information about the nature of the interview or the nature of the search.
What page?
Thank you.
Yeah.
This sentence,
So we talk about parent notification for searches.
she'd just like to say, and why the search was.
I have a concern about that.
I'll defer to Council Klamesh on that adjustment to language.
I am concerned because we're really getting into more implementation with respect to that. And I think that what concerns me is leading parents to believe that they're maybe entitled to more specificity than what the assistant principal may, in their mind, have the discretion to determine. So I think notification implies to some degree that the parent will be informed. And I think in practice, our administrators, and I think our administration and our folks could speak to that, but they are going to share information related to the nature of what might have transpired in that interview or the search. But I think to identify what level of specificity or that there needs to be specificity might create some opportunities for parents or the public to question whether or not it was sufficient. And that would lead me to say, I don't believe that is a necessary change. And I do have some concerns from an interpretation perspective as to how it might be interpreted.
Okay.
And I can say just from a personal perspective, this year, my son was actually pulled into the office to be interviewed about something that had happened at school. And when I was notified, they couldn't give me specifics because it was about another child.
Right.
And so that I think that's where we're coming from.
That's an excellent point, because there are requirements under the Family Educational Rights to Privacy Act and applicable state law that prohibit disclosure of information related to student records, what other students' involvements might have been related to the incident, et cetera.
Okay, thank you for that. And then finally, I know I've already posed this question once, but at the very beginning of the policy, when we talk about, and I'm sorry to jump, guys, I just left this for the end. The third paragraph in, we talk about students with disabilities and that, we will, that if they're subject, that they will be, whatever's outlined in their plan shall be provided or followed when conducting a search or interview. And if you could provide a few examples of accommodations that we might see on a plan, I think it would be helpful to speak to some of the public comment tonight. So we had communication disorder was brought up as an example. So what would an example of an accommodation that could be in an IEP plan, for example, for a student with a communication disorder?
So if we had a student with a disability that used a assistive technology device as their mode of communication during this process, then they would absolutely be able to utilize their assistive technology device. Another example, and one that was mentioned earlier in public comment, is that there are some students that benefit from seeing information visually and not just auditorily, or they may need to have information chunked so that they can process the information in a different sort of way. And so those are examples of accommodations that would and could be provided through this process depending upon the individual needs of students.
So is it safe to assume that if there are accommodations in a plan that don't specify during a search or interview, but they're part of their educational environment and accommodations, that those would be used for this process?
Yes, that is correct, Director.
Thank you. I think I hit them all.
You're good? Okay, good. Director Geiger.
I only had a couple questions. One is more implementation. I talked to the lieutenant about training and interviewing young people. Do we as a district, do any kind of it's getting late. Special or specific training for particularly our building administrators about appropriate interviewing techniques?
Yes, we do provide training to our administrators around the interview techniques in regards to a lot of facets beyond just this type of rationale. And so, yes, that is a part of regular training with our administrators. We're also interested in taking whatever is determined by the board with this policy and starting that training process with our administrators next week, if possible.
Thank you. The other question that I had, and it goes along with what Director Thompson just said, one of the issues that has come up in other areas, particularly false confessions, is language barriers. There is not a mention in here of accommodation for our multi-language learners. And that would be, I assume that if we had a student who was not fluent in English, we would then use our multi-language in here. But it is not addressed by the plan. And I would be more comfortable if in that paragraph about the 504 or somewhere in there that any interview will be done in accordance with or in a way as to accommodate any student's language difficulties. Again, I don't think anybody's probably doing this, but there have been instances in other areas where misunderstandings as to language, and we have, 85 languages in Douglas County now?
That is correct, and it is absolutely our practice to be able to support our students who are multilingual learners in their preferred or first language through a process like this by providing translation, interpretation, et cetera.
I would be more comfortable if we had in that section that said, whenever possible, interviews shall be conducted in the language in which that student is most comfortable, most fluent. What is the phrasing that you use when you're doing multi-language learning?
I'm going to defer to Council Klamesh on the language element of it.
Yeah, my recommendation would be to simply state that should any student be a multilingual learner or be in need of a language accommodation, appropriate accommodations will be provided.
That sounds. I'm very comfortable with language. Thank you.
Okay.
Director Thompson?
Sorry, going back to, you mentioned when the policy passes, training of staff on the implementation of the policy. Will that include conversations with our IEP teams about how they can think proactively about accommodations for students in relation to this policy? IEP teams, behavior plan, whoever's creating the plans with families.
In terms of helping to support our special education providers and others that are involved in an IEP process or 504 process, we definitely can help to, one, educate and support them in terms of how these accommodations are reflected through these types of processes.
And then I think the other request I think would be really helpful is getting an update from staff on the implementation of this policy. Again, I've really struggled with this one, so I know that I would feel better if I knew that we were going to get an update about how implementation's going, and that it's working the way that it's intended to be working.
I'm happy to include an update in a future superintendent update. And again, just keeping in mind that the board sets policy and the staff is responsible for the implementation of the policy, but we're certainly happy to update if we've had any trouble implementing the policy or have run into any issues with respect to parents or students being frustrated or anything like that.
Thank you, because I think that helps connect the dots, writing policy with the intent of how it's going to be implemented, right? Like that's how we're thinking through the actual writing of this policy. So knowing that the intent of the policy is happening is helpful.
Do you do a regulatory for this specific policy or no? Okay, that's great. Director Moore. Oh, Susan, got it. Go ahead.
Is this a policy that if a charter school wanted to request a waiver for, could they get a waiver for this policy if they had their own policy? Or is this a requirement for all the schools in the district?
To my knowledge, we don't have any charter schools that have a waiver to this particular policy. But Assistant Superintendent Windsor may have more information.
Do you have a waiver plan? No? I do. Okay. We're just looking at the master waiver document real quick.
This policy is embedded in terms of our obligation by law as well as what's reflected in case law. So any variation of this policy, I think, would be an interesting element in terms of waiver.
This policy is a non-waivable policy.
Thank you very much.
Director Meek?
Thank you. And thank you to staff for all the work going into this third reading. It's obvious a lot of work has gone into this. I do agree it's a really important policy and to ensure that there's clarity and support from our public. And we received lots of comments and feedback from the public. I know Director Myers and I received lots of feedback from the student advisory group when we spoke to the student advisory group about this policy. I'm kind of wondering how we circle back to the student advisory group. I'm also wondering, did we meet with the Douglas County Special Education Advisory Committee to get their feedback on this policy at all? I know we heard from several community members who are advocates for students with special needs tonight, and I'm just wondering how we engage DCCAC.
So per my recollection last spring, when this policy went out for public feedback, we specifically sent it to the leadership of not only the Douglas County Special Education Advisory Council, but also the Douglas County Gifted Education Advisory Council and other councils so that the members of those councils specifically had this information and could provide that feedback through our process.
Thank you. I'm also wondering, how do we track student interviews, searches, and arrests?
So currently, that would look like the documentation through our student management, information management system, or Infinite Campus, in terms of incidents of behavior. That is what our administrators utilize in terms of the documentation in regards to these types of circumstances.
Thank you. So really, we have historic data that we can look at in regards to interviews, searches, and arrests. I'm wondering how that historical data influenced any of the updates to this policy. I'm just curious if we have learned anything from that historical data that did influence this policy.
So I would say, as part of the process that staff utilized around the development of this policy, we did bring this policy forth to all of our building administrators, who are, of course, the ones that have very direct involvement in all of these different ways, and we engaged with them in regards to feedback on this policy, considerations that staff originally didn't have, et cetera. And so, of course, they utilize the Infinite Campus system to document issues around behavior, incidents, et cetera. The voice of our administrators was absolutely present in the not only the development facet, but things that we needed to adjust and revise based on feedback.
Thank you. This is all really helpful information, and I think it's helpful for the community to hear this. And when it comes to setting policy, of course, that's really what we're focused on. The implementation, not as much, but it does go back to us when it comes to the accountability piece, which is the tracking and all. So I do think putting this on our board calendar just for an update later in the year, where we could have a data-informed conversation around how things are working would be really, really helpful. So thank you again for the conversation.
Thank you so much for all the work you put in. I know we've probably set you guys through the ringer, so Director Weiniger.
I'm actually ready to make a motion. I motion to approve the proposed revisions to board file JIH, student interviews, searches, and arrests, including the proposed or the discussed amendments.
I think it would be appropriate if we went through the appropriate amendments before we voted on the motion, and I'd be happy to try to review those for clarity with the board.
So should I go ahead and get a second, and then we can go through that? Okay, so motion by Weiniger,
Second.
second by Moore. Okay, and so then we can go ahead and go through the revisions.
Okay, so if we were to go to page 1, if we could pull up the policy JIH third reading, the red line version, the third paragraph of the first section, where it states, should any student with a disability be subject, a sentence would be added to that paragraph stating, should any student be a multilingual learner who is the subject of a search or interview, appropriate accommodations shall be provided. The next revision is at page 2 of 7, page 2, in the section interviews by school administrators. It appears in the first sentence. That first sentence would read, the school principal or designee may, without prior consent of the parent, guardian, or legal custodian, question a potential student victim, witness, or student alleged to have violated a school rule, the Code of Student Conduct, and/or board policy, or any other student who may have relevant information related to an alleged violation of any school rule, the Code of Student Conduct, and/or board policy. Finally, the third revision or amendment to the proposed policy JIH is found on page 4 of 7 in the section Search of Students' Person or Personal Effects. The fourth paragraph down, the second sentence, that sentence would read, at least one other person of the same gender as the student being searched shall witness but not participate in the search. Those are the amendments that I have recorded based on the discussions of the Board of Education this evening.
All right, we will go ahead and do roll call. Geiger?
This is a better policy than when we first had it because of a great deal of work by a lot of people, and I appreciate it. I vote aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Moore?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Thompson?
Aye.
Williams? Aye. Weiniger?
Aye.
Great, passes 7-0. Thanks for all your work. All right, moving on to number 31, the selection of voting delegate for the CASB 2024 Delegate Assembly. We had to put this on because there is a fall assembly that occurs. And I know I did this last year for the board, but I would recommend Director Meek, if she is I'm assuming you're going to be there anyway, but I would just recommend Director Meek to do that, but want to make sure that you're okay with that nomination before.
I would be happy to do that. Thank you.
I nominate Director Meek.
Okay, motion by Geiger, second by Thompson. All right, thank you, Director Meek. So Geiger.
Aye.
Meek.
Aye.
Moore.
Aye, and Susan, thank you.
Myers.
Aye.
Thompson.
Aye.
Williams. Aye. Weiniger.
Aye.
Great, that passes 7-0. And we'll move on to item number 32. This is for the revisions that we all did in our July retreat. I went ahead and did the red line versions for most everything except for what Directors Weiniger and Thompson did. And so really this is just discussion. We're not going to take a vote tonight. I think the plan is to do it all at the same time at the end of September with the other revisions to the executive limitations. But wanted to just put this forward to see if anybody had any comments initially. I'm also willing to take comments over the next couple weeks before we look at it again, but just wanted to throw it out so that everyone could see the work that we've done as a team. So any comments? Director Thompson.
Thank you for the red line versions. And my only comments are, I really have enjoyed doing this process because I feel like it's been very collaborative, working through these documents. And so I just want to speak to that collaboration that we've all had, making these adjustments and learning more about each other and our role and our norms and all that.
Yeah, awesome. Anybody else? Director Meek?
Sure. I really just want to thank you, President Williams, for all the work that you've done on this. It's been a lot of work, I know. And I agree. I think it's been a really good process for us as a team to go through.
Yes, I would agree as well. Anybody else? We're good? Okay, so I will probably just put this on the agenda for the work session, not because we'll necessarily talk about it, but just in case anybody has feedback on that one when we're also talking the executive limitations. All right, so we are going to move on. We added another agenda item, which I will hand over to Director Thompson because we added another item that we will discuss now.
Yep. So I do recognize that we cannot control what the public does or says, and I want to be cautious not to elevate problematic behavior. But I do think that we can take this opportunity as a board to demonstrate that we collectively support safe and welcoming schools for our students and our staff, and that we do not condone personal attacks on students and staff on social media. We all know that the fallout of this behavior can result in a plethora of issues for those that are being targeted, including safety concerns.
Great, does anybody have Director Geiger?
I want to make it clear, every parent has every right to talk to every teacher of their child about concerns about the curriculum. That should never be impinged or limited. We as a board decided earlier this year to address the dangers of social media. We literally sued Twitter and TikTok. So we are aware of the dangers of social media and what can come from it. I think it is, again, every citizen's right to criticize this district, this board, our teachers, if they have legitimate concerns. I will say, and I will continue to believe, that there are certain phrases that are used in attacking people that incite dangerous behavior. As a board, I think our job is to make sure that our teachers, when they face such attacks, are appropriately sustained and supported, and that we understand that when teachers are specifically identified and labeled, that we have to then step up as a district to support those teachers. This is not, nor can we limit criticism, nor should we. Even criticism that we might personally find objective or even despicable. But I want to make sure that we as a district and our children and our teachers in the district understand that at least most of those of us who sit up here understand that even though that is protected right, it is an important right, it is also that we are going to acknowledge the consequences of people who utilize that right in a way to hurt people. That's what we do for our students. That's what we've asked. We literally have sued and asked the federal court to tell Twitter to stop letting that happen more often. So I think that's also our process here as well.
Director Moore?
Yeah, I don't disagree with any of the comments that were made by Director Thompson and Director Geiger. I think I certainly, I know that I demand that we do everything we can that is reasonable to protect our staff and students, and I don't think anybody on the board would disagree with that, and I think we all want the exact same thing. And I just want to point out that I don't think it's ever okay to publicly release anybody's personal identifying information, whether you do it publicly or especially on the internet or on social media, where that information can go lots of different unintended places. But essentially, the bottom line is that kind of behavior really is dangerous. And I think every adult should already know that. And it's not something we should have to say, but I just want to make crystal clear that every adult, every parent, every teacher, every staff member, we all have a responsibility to do the right thing for the right reasons and protect our students and staff and help them be successful in their educations. And in doing that, there are going to be disagreement or things that need to be discussed. And to Director Geiger's point, I don't ever want to tell a parent you can't have a fair, reasonable disagreement or discussion with parent, or with a teacher or administrator or staff member. But there is a professional and responsible decorum that goes with doing that kind of stuff. And I just don't think it's ever okay to publicly disclose somebody's personal identifying information to get your point across. That it is dangerous, and I don't think that people who do that would want that done back to them. So I just think they have to really think about that stuff before they go and do it. And it's improper, and I don't think we should. I think it's important to make a statement that it's not okay.
Director Meek?
Thank you. Yeah, I'd like to take an opportunity as well to strongly condemn the recent actions of a parent, but also an elected official who chose to dox and publicly attack a dedicated teacher within our community. This behavior represents a gross abuse of power and a blatant disregard for the safety and the well-being of our educators. Instead of addressing the concerns through proper and respectful channels, this individual engaged in targeted harassment driven by intimidation and malice. Such actions not only harm the individual teacher, but also undermine the trust and integrity of our educational system. Teachers who dedicate their lives to educating and nurturing our children deserve to work in an environment free from fear and harassment. And I believe that we as a board, the district administrators, and frankly, our whole community must stand united against any form of bullying or intimidation, particularly when it comes from those who hold positions of power. We call on, everyone in our community to reject these kinds of tactics and to work together to ensure that our teachers are protected and supported in their vital roles. And our educators are the backbone of our community, and it's our responsibility to ensure they are treated with respect and dignity. And I will continue to advocate for policies and protections that safeguard our teachers, our students, and families from harassment and ensure that such unacceptable behavior is not tolerated in our district. Thank you.
Director Weiniger?
Yeah, I never like hearing that one of our employees for Douglas County that we're all on the board for, is feeling harassed online and getting ganged up on. That's something that I don't think anyone here is okay with. And I do know, though, that we have an amazing support staff at our school levels, at our administrative levels, and I trust them and know that they're helping those staff members who are feeling, ganged up upon. And this isn't the first time this has happened. We've had reports of this before, and it's always good to hear that they do receive the support they need. So that's a lot of reason why I wanted to have executive session first, so I could kind of get that background of speaking to those supports and knowing, feeling better about it all, even though I know we have a great staff who supports the rest of the staff. So, yeah.
All right, Director Myers?
Well, I can definitely tell you times have changed because I'm from the day when there were emails and just talks with parents, and they weren't all pleasant. And I'm not in any way, am I condoning what happened, but I do know that parents are passionate about their children. And when I think we would all jump to that and worry for our own child, want to have that passion that they're protected and that they're coming to school and being educated and maybe something that they don't agree with the teacher. But I think in all fairness, I do know in talking with this that it wasn't a deliberate intention to put the school or the teacher's name on there. It was, I think, quite by accident with the way it was posted. This is particularly why I hate social media. I'm sorry, but I got off a long time ago. And let me tell you what, I have better nights of sleep because it just wasn't worth it with some of the things that were out there. I also want to maybe say that there was an email, there was a social media post that was put out by this particular person actually praising the school and talking about, how much she loved the principal and giving a positive outlook on the school. Now, I guess what I'd like to see is I always like to know the other story. And so hopefully there's been some forgiveness and some grace between the person and this teacher, and there's been another conversation. And I'd like to see all of those kind of things happen. So hopefully maybe this will happen. Maybe it's happened and we haven't heard about it. So, but never would I ever condone, I've been in that position. I'd never condone being berated or accused by a parent as a teacher that I've done something that was inappropriate towards their child. And I've always taken the stance that, I know I can always do my job better. So.
All right, and I would agree a lot with what Director Moore said about intentionally identifying information on the internet. I obviously would never condone that. I also want to say that, to Director Meyer's point, parents absolutely have the right to talk to their teachers when there are concerns, and I never want to take that away either. So I want to be very careful with how we say this. This is a partnership between parents and our teachers, and that is what I have to say. All right, we are going to move into item number 33, President Reports. Our next work session is going to be on September 10th. Agenda planning for that is August the 29th. Let me check the time. I forgot to write it down. 10:30. And I'm going to let Director Thompson talk about DAC because she took really excellent notes. But I wanted to use my time tonight to tell a story. I went to Castle Rock Middle School and did a tour with Mr. Veit. And when I pulled up, I was finishing my breakfast of banana bread. So I was sitting in the front and I watched an incident occur in front of me. There was a dad that showed up with his son, obviously a little bit late to school for whatever reason. And the boy was really struggling to walk into school. Like, for whatever reason, you could just tell he didn't want to go in. He was having a rough day for whatever reason. And the SRO walked out. Nobody called him, nobody said anything, and the SRO walked out and sat with that dad and son and talked to him. And the next thing I see is the SRO get up, go take the boy on a little ride in the golf cart, and the dad was able to leave, and that son walked in happily to school. So it just touched me, and it was pretty awesome to see just the work of our security officers. So thank you for what you do. Anyway, the rest of the visit was great. I was able to see students in action and some of the new things that Mr. Veit has implemented over the last year. And when I asked him about what he's most proud of, he said the systems to just improve camaraderie within the building and how much that's working and how that's evidenced throughout their school. So anyway, that is all I have, but Director Weiniger.
I don't have much today. Just hope everyone's having a great start to their school year so far. And I also wanted to invite everyone to, now that it's official and there's going to be a bond on the ballot, there's going to be a kickoff party for the campaign on September 7th at Timberline Park in Highlands Ranch from 3 to 5 p.m. and all are invited to come. So hope to see you there.
All right, and then we will start with Director Meek.
Thank you. Let's see. My updates. The Foundation of Douglas County Schools held its annual meeting on August 14th. I serve as an ex officio member of that board, and I was able to participate in that. It was really a wonderful day of learning, I would say. Superintendent Kane did a State of the District presentation. We had Assistant Superintendent Danny Windsor and we had Mr. McMenemy there talking about the pathways that are available. We had Ms. Becky Core there talking about, and some other speakers talking about the importance of engaging and supporting all of our students, especially our multilingual and multicultural families, And we had Chief of Staff Steve Pallola there talking about the work underway with AI. There were so many great questions and engagement. My big takeaway, there's a lack of awareness around opportunities, all of the opportunities that parents and students have in our district. We're such a big district. We have so many opportunities. And I think the more we're able to push out those opportunities, the better. But everyone really appreciated all of the learning from that day. And it was a great event. Next week, the foundation is hosting its annual gala where I think all the board members should have been invited by now, and I know RSVPs are due pretty immediately. And this is the event where the 2024 Apple Award winners are showcased, as well as all the amazing talent in our district. And it's always such a great event. And for those of you who are new board directors, I really hope you're able to go and enjoy that event. And if you have any questions at all, please let me know. And then last night, the student advisory group had its kickoff meeting. I mentioned that earlier this evening. It was full of energy, and it was just so wonderful to see the students beginning their bonding process. Jolie Jones facilitated team building, and it was just such a great success. Another personal story, there was a young student struggling to come into the SAG kickoff event. She was there with her mom. She wasn't really sure she wanted to come in. She was kind of sitting by herself, didn't know anyone. They started the team building activities on the field. She was by herself. I was struggling with, should I jump in and be part of her team? And I stayed back and I watched. And by the end of the evening, she was engaging with other students, and all of the students started engaging with other students from other schools. And so it really was just such a great success. And I'm just so excited to see what the new school year will bring with the student advisory group. So those are my updates for tonight. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Thompson?
Thank you. So I had the opportunity to attend the DAC meeting with Director Williams in place of Director Meek, so it was a nice treat. They identified their new officers. They reviewed, they did a third reading or another review of the bylaws, and President Williams answered questions and wrote down additional questions that they posed. Superintendent Kane presented on growth and decline, and that was really great because it provided an opportunity for DAC members and the and SAC members to ask questions, and they had some really great questions. And it's really, I think it's obviously very helpful when we hear what kind of questions are arising, where our gaps are in the information. So I was grateful for the participation level during the meeting for that presentation. Dr. Kirby reviewed the role of the DAC serving as Personnel Performance Evaluation Council, and then Matt Reynolds discussed UIP updates. And I just want to take this time to thank our DAC members because you guys have a full schedule for the year. And yeah, a lot of work ahead of you. So thank you for serving in that role. And then I do want to make just like a little plug for Youth Congress. So Douglas County government, every year they do Youth Congress. It's in October, and it's for youth 9 to 12th grade. They get a chance to meet elected officials and community leaders, ask them questions, let them hear from them. It's a really awesome opportunity. I had the privilege of attending it last year, and I was so impressed with what students had to say and their participation, and it was just such a great event. So I strongly encourage it. I just wanted to throw it out there. There's a lot of communication going out. Click open that email and read about it. Encourage your students to attend.
Director Myers?
This year, our Heroes Gala for the DCCF will be on Friday, September the 13th, and we do actually have our own table this year, and we've generous, I guess, donor upgraded our table for us. So we have a 10 top, so I think we're kind of working on our guest list, and I believe Andy Jones tonight talked about also having a table and wanting some of our SRO officers and some in our district to attend also, so I asked him to get with you, Allison. And then I did miss the DCYI meeting Monday morning because my husband and I went to my daughter-in-law's, came in as a citizen of the United States. So it was really awesome. And then I did also was going to put in a plug. It's through DCYI. We do the Youth Congress. And so if Director Thompson wants to go this year again, she can ride the bus with me because we ride the bus down there. And then I'm glad Director Meek was at SAG because I didn't make it because I sat 2 hours in traffic waiting to get there. I mean, a little short stint from Castle Rock. And I believe that's all I've got.
Director Geiger.
President Williams and I got to stop by the Gifted Educators training today. I'll be very honest with you, I am the victim of a gifted educator because I'm now paying for 2 kids in college and one of them to go to grad school in London. And I don't know that he would have been there if it wasn't for our gifted educators who were so good for them when they were in elementary school. I've had a couple of opportunities to meet with the gifted education staff. Is it Ms. Strayer and Ms. Burkhart? Their dedication to the kids in our schools, like all of our staff, is truly amazing. And it was really just a great opportunity to be able to be there today and just say hi to those people. Other than that, not a whole bunch of updates. It's been fun driving past Cougar Run every day and watching the new kindergartners get adjusted. So every new school year is a new opportunity. Thank you.
Director Moore.
I don't have anything new to offer since we had our work session on the 13th and talked about the retreats. So that's it.
Great. All right, so moving on to our next item, which will be executive session. The Board of Education has issues to discuss in executive session, a closed session for purposes of holding conference with the district's attorneys to receive legal advice on specific legal questions pursuant to CRS 24-6-4024B regarding the district's provisions of legal protections to or for district personnel. Do I have a motion concerning executive session?
Motion to proceed to executive session.
Second.
Motion by Geiger, seconded by Meek. Geiger?
Aye.
Meek?
Aye.
Moore?
Aye.
Myers?
Aye.
Thompson?
Aye.
Williams, aye. Weiniger?
Aye.
All right, passes 7-0. The following individuals will be joining the board in its executive session to receive legal advice on specific legal questions regarding the district's provision of legal protections to or for the district personnel. All 7 board members, Superintendent Aaron Kane, General Counsel Mary Kay Klemesh, and Chief Human Resource Officer Brian Condon. So we will then adjourn from executive session.